Chapter 8:17 Virtual Game Helmet Business Income. Killing scattered Scarlet Monster factions is still not as good as directly destroying a country's Lord faction. I obtained a lot of high-level gem resources. Otherwise, after eliminating a total of 1.7 billion fog monsters, if it were a kingdom-level Lord faction, as long as they plundered their country's treasury, I would definitely be able to easily gather gem resources. Zhou sighed softly. There was nothing he could do about it. The base of these invading fog monster factions was not on the high continent after all. Otherwise, he would definitely send troops to counterattack and plunder their kingdom's treasures while their troops were empty. He would even plot to snatch the empire's treasures. Then the level of his territory would definitely increase rapidly. He shook his head and gave up on this unrealistic fantasy. He looked at the list at the back. Zhou had instigated a total of 100 million fog monsters in a day just by relying on 2 insight defections. In addition to the 20% insight defection troops handed over to him by the Lord members of the Star Alliance, there were a total of 7,001,100 fog monsters. Now, the total number of soldiers under his command has reached 3,252,091,864. Including the Star Alliance's total military strength of more than 358 million, Zhou's total military strength had already reached more than 3,610 million. Among them were 18,509,005 black iron tier soldiers, 10,305,730 green bronze tier soldiers, 1,669,713, 225 white silver tier soldiers, 890,200,720 yellow gold tier soldiers, 577. 6 million white platinum tier soldiers. 68,009,080 diamond tier soldiers, 16,006,511 extraordinary tier soldiers, 1,039,750 epic tier soldiers and 1,011 legendary tier soldiers. In addition, Qi Xiantian had broken through to low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Wuxia had broken through to the low-tier deity level advanced grade. Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, Nazario, Dragon King of War and Strength, Ji Long had broken through to the legendary tier advanced grade. The original spirit race, Ansel had broken through to the legendary tier. The other heroes and generals had also improved greatly in terms of strength. Zhou nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied. At least his legendary soldiers had officially exceeded 1,000. Not bad, not bad. As for those generals who were stuck at the legendary tier advanced grade and could not break through to the god spirit realm, Zhou had no choice. At this moment, they were no longer short of promotion energy. What they lacked was comprehension of laws. I hope the Holy Record and the Time World can allow them to quickly break through this threshold. Zhou thought to himself then. He looked at the spatial ring. There were more than 100,000 low-level divine crystals and more than 10,000 higher-level divine crystals. In addition, there were more than 28,000 low-tier deity-level divine artifacts and a corresponding number of divine spark fragments, god-tier medicinal herbs, god-tier ores, and so on. Zhou's expression was calm and his heart did not fluctuate at all. He had already piled up a mountain of low-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Right now, he was not very interested in low-tier divine artifacts, mid-tier deity-level divine artifacts, or even high-tier deity-level divine artifacts. Only true god-tier divine artifacts could tempt him. After reading it, Zhou transferred all the treasures in the spatial ring into his king's treasure box. A moment later, Your Majesty. Wenya's voice suddenly sounded from her personal terminal. Wenya has already sorted out the earnings report for the virtual game helmet business. Does Your Majesty want to take a look now? Show me. Zhou was stunned before saying. Yes, Your Majesty. The next second a list of benefits appeared on his personal terminal like a blue data waterfall. Zhou looked around and realized that the income of the virtual reality helmet was recorded in detail on this profit list. This included the income of the helmet itself, the income of various game members, the income of game items, the income of the game platform members, the total recharge income of the game. Finally, his gaze fell on the last income statistic. Net profit, about 21,605,640 legendary tier missed core. Zhou thought he had seen something wrong. However, after wiping his eyes twice, he realized that he had not seen anything wrong. How did you earn so much? Zhou was stunned. This was the income from the first batch of virtual game helmets. It could be said that the business had just started. He had just started the game business and more than 20 million legendary tier missed cores had been transferred to his account in a day. At this rate, even the income in 10 days to half a month would give him a fright. What more if it were in terms of years? Moreover, the most important thing was the income from the gaming helmet. His Blazing Sun Kingdom subject actually didn't contribute much income. Instead, the two human empires and the people of foreign races contributed a lot of income. It could be said that more than 80% of the 20 million missed cores were provided by the people of foreign races. No matter how interesting the virtual game helmet is, it's just a toy to pass the time. There's a risk of losing one's will if one plays with it for a long time. Would the lords of the people of foreign races be willing? Zhou was puzzled. Your Majesty. When you thought that the lords of the people of foreign races were willing. Because most of the games included in the virtual game helmet are confrontational and war games. This type of game is extremely realistic, reaching almost 99% reality. In addition, the skill data and war data in the game are all sourced from the real world, so almost 80% of the experience obtained by players in the game can be reflected in reality, thereby enhancing the combat experience and combat command EXP of superhumans in reality. This is also why so many people of foreign race subjects are keen to play our games. Due to their experience in reality, they were at risk of dying. In addition, they were afraid of being injured or even dying, so they did not dare to take risks in reality to temper themselves. On the other hand, virtual games can satisfy their thoughts of adventure and training to the greatest extent. And they only paid some top-up fees. Based on what you said, why don't the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Halfway through his sentence, Zhou suddenly realized something. The people of foreign races were afraid of taking risks because they only had one life. If they died, they would really die. The possibility of revival was almost zero. And his soldiers from the Blazing Sun Kingdom? All of the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were like Suicide Squad soldiers. Resurrecting after death was as easy as eating and drinking for them. Afraid of death? There was no such thing. No wonder the sales of the virtual gaming helmet were average in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Only subjects who had free time and did not have to go to the battlefield were interested in playing the games inside. Almost none of the soldiers were interested. Because for his soldiers, reality was the best game. Virtual battle game? Only children would play that. Adults would play the real thing. This game business can continue to expand. If you need anything, you can discuss it with Zheng Yuanqi directly. You can use the low-level resources as you please. Zhou smiled. He had a premonition that this virtual gaming helmet business and its future derivative businesses would probably be a huge profit tree for his Blazing Sun Kingdom. Since that was the case, Zhou was already planning to develop its potential. Chapter 8:18 Suen and Luosheng become gods. After Zhou arranged the matters with the virtual gaming business, he opened his personal terminal and sent a message to Ji Yun. However, there was still no reply. Zhou frowned slightly. This kind of unknown situation was the most worrying. While he did not have any bad premonition or intuition, this thing was not omnipotent. Otherwise, he would have directly changed his profession and become a great prophet. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Then, he gathered the higher-ups and generals in the territory and entered the time world to comprehend the laws again. At the same time, Li Ye looked at the brightly lit cultivation hall with an infatuated expression. Yu Qiao whispered from the side, "Queen, won't you be unhappy if His Majesty is like this every day? Don't talk nonsense." Li Ye shook her head and looked at the cultivation hall. The infatuation in her eyes deepened. "This is the appearance of the number one emperor in my heart. Have you ever seen an emperor who could live with the soldiers, high-level lifestyle professionals, people of foreign races, and god spirits in the territory and cultivate diligently? Only His Majesty. What His Majesty wants to do is something that has never been done before in the history of the human race. As His Majesty's wife, how can I delay His Majesty's state affairs because of a love affair after the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Don't say such things again. If outsiders hear you, I can only punish you." Li Ye said seriously. "Yu Qiao won't spout nonsense anymore." Yu Qiao's body trembled as she hurriedly said. Li Ye nodded slightly. The next day. In the cultivation hall of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. "I actually comprehended all the law engravings of the white silver tier Lord Talent, King in just 3 years. I comprehended all the law engravings of the yellow gold tier Lord Talent, King within another 6 years. Even though I only used 30% of the white platinum tier Lord Talent, King in the remaining 4 years, this speed is extremely shocking. The holy record actually improved my comprehension so much." Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and the smile on his face became even more obvious. According to this progress, he should be able to comprehend all the law engravings of the extraordinary tier King in 7 days. At that time, he would be able to officially become a god on the Lord's law path with the extraordinary tier law skill King. He stood up and looked at the others. He realized that the others had already woken up. He was the last to wake up. At this moment, the two of them exuded the pressure of god spirits as they walked over. When they walked in front of Zhou Zhou, the god spirit pressure on them had already been completely retracted. They looked like 2 normal generals. However, the others present looked at the 2 of them with either smiles or envy. "Greetings, Your Majesty," X2 Suan and Luo Sheng said respectfully. "Not bad. The 2 of you have finally become gods. The Blazing Sun Kingdom has gained 2 more generals." Zhou Zhou nodded. He was very happy. This way, he had a total of 9 local god spirits under his command. Another god spirit would bring him to reach 10 god spirits. If it was a normal intermediate kingdom, having 4 to 5 low-tier god spirits was enough to be considered a unique intermediate kingdom lord faction. He had never come into contact with the advanced kingdom, so he was not sure for the time being. However, thinking about it, this number of divine offerings should be considered quite good in the advanced kingdom. Zhou Zhou did not waste any time and directly rewarded them with a set of low-tier divine artifact outfits. Make good contributions in the future and any kind of divine artifact can be exchanged with military merits from me. Zhou Zhou smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 2 of them also knew Zhou Zhou's benevolence and smiled respectfully. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he walked out of the cultivation hall with the soldiers, the upper echelons of the territory, and the high-level professionals. Everyone went to eat first. Zhou Zhou also returned to his palace and prepared to let the imperial chef cook a good meal. Actually, at his level, it didn't matter if he ate or not. However, firstly, this habit was very difficult for Zhou Zhou to change for the time being. Secondly, his imperial chefs were all legendary tier professionals. Eating was more like a lifestyle enjoyment for him, so he was still willing to maintain the habit of eating every day. Unless he was too busy, he would not eat and focus on his own matters. Then, just as he returned to the palace, he saw Li Ye standing at the entrance. "Your Majesty, I've already asked the imperial chef to prepare the dishes. They'll be sent over in a while. Let's eat together." Li Ye smiled gently. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. The two of them then had a meal together and chatted about the trivial matters of life for a while. Then, Zhou Zhou walked out of the palace and walked towards the gate of summoning. Soon, he arrived in front of the gate of summoning and chanted the summoning in his heart. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with a bright white light. Then, a large number of new subjects walked out. After spending 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to accelerate, the 18,800 new subjects quickly walked out of the gate of summoning. "Greetings, my lord, X-18,800." The 18,800 new subjects said respectfully in unison. "Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom." Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 580 professionals. Among them were an extraordinary tier advanced grade space demon mage, a high-level martial artist, an extraordinary tier advanced grade array master, an extraordinary tier advanced grade talisman master, an extraordinary tier advanced grade herbalist, an extraordinary tier advanced grade physician, and an extraordinary tier advanced grade bloodline warlock. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the last bloodline warlock. He realized that she was a beauty from the people of foreign races. He opened her attributes list and realized that most of her skills were innate abilities, and very few of them were acquired skills. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Every time he saw such a special class, he would sigh at the boundless universe. It was really omnipresent. Talented abilities that others could only chance upon by luck were simply free for bloodline warlocks. At this moment, Bai Yun and the others should still be killing monsters on the Ranchland continent. Zhou Zhou did not look for them and went straight to the Lord's shop. The Lord's shop. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw Zhou Qingmin wearing a virtual gaming helmet and lying on the sofa with a silly smile. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Another old man who was addicted to games. Old Zhou, old Zhou. Zhou Zhou knocked on the counter. After a while, he saw old Zhou sitting up from the sofa reluctantly. Then, he quickly took off his virtual gaming helmet and quickly came to him. "Have you been playing all night again?" Zhou Zhou looked at the dark circles under his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched. "All the major games are in open beta. Last night was the busiest night. We have to race against time. Actually, I wanted to stay up late, but I heard from some experts that it's not good to stay up late, so I stayed up all night." Zhou Qingmin said innocently. Zhou Zhou. "Sure." Chapter 819 Commodity 4. 2 billion soldiers. "However, Your Majesty," Zhou Qingmin said expectantly as he took out the goods. "Even though hundreds of millions of gamers have suddenly surged into the virtual gaming world, on average, there are not many gamers assigned to each game among the more than 300,000 games in the virtual gaming helmet. Even in those large virtual games, there are still less than 1 million people online at the same time. Compared to the size of such games, it's still too little. The gaming experience hasn't reached its peak at all. Be content." Zhou Zhou was speechless. "It's only the first day of release. Can I still find 10 billion players for you? But just you wait. From today onwards, Wuxia has expanded the gaming helmet business. In the future, there should be more than 500 million new players joining the virtual game every day until the market is completely saturated." "Really?" Zhou Chengmin's eyes lit up. Zhou Zhou nodded nonchalantly and opened the 3 golden boxes. The first box contained the low-level, law skill, Divine Concealment. It was a nomological skill that could turn invisible in front of God's spirits and make them unable to discover it. Moreover, because he had extremely high potential, although he was only a low-tier deity level elementary grade, even if he was a high-tier deity level, he only had a higher probability of seeing through it, not 100%. Only true God tier and above existences would be able to see through this divine skill. As expected of the law skill comprehended by the Knight Rakshasa sword god, Suan. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. With the potential of an advanced grade master god tier, Suan's nomological skills after becoming a god were indeed extraordinary. The current he was probably the same as Qi Xiantian and Wuxia. Even though he was only a low-level god spirit, in terms of combat power, he was already comparable to a high-tier deity-level god spirit. He nodded in satisfaction and made up his mind to buy it. Then, he looked at the next item. It was also a skill, and a law skill at that. The low-tier deity-level elementary grade law skill, Ghost God Military Morale. It was from unparalleled ghost god, Luo Sheng, who had advanced to the lower level of a lesser god. After he had advanced to the low-tier deity-level elementary grade, he had comprehended the path of heroes and the rules of the Book of the God Spirit, and had walked a path of gods and heroes, unparalleled ghost god. The current Luo Sheng had already become half a ghost god. Moreover, the path of laws he walked was extremely good at fighting alone in front of the formation and controlling the power of the army. The ghost god military morale was a heroic skill that came from a hero, the ghost god general. Not only was it retained by Luo Sheng, but it had also advanced further and advanced to a low-level deity law skill. Not only could the ghost god military morale control more soldiers, but it also had a greater weakening effect on suppression, illusion, mind enchantment, and other abilities. Even god spirit level suppression, illusions, mind enchantment, and other abilities had a higher weakening effect under the protection of the ghost god military morale. Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart and decided to buy it too. Then, he looked at the third item. The third item was a card. Zhou Zhou was surprised and relieved. It felt like it had been a long time since he had seen card-type goods. He looked at it. There was a white-silver card drawn on this golden card. On the right side of the scale hung a black spherical object that looked very heavy. On the left side of the scale, there was nothing. This situation caused the two sides of the scale to be extremely unbalanced, causing the right side to completely collapse. Card name, Free Intermediate Grade Access Card, Card Level, Special, Card Effect, the Lord holds this card. When shopping in the Lord's shop, you can buy goods worth 50 million legendary tier mist cores and below for free. Card description, an exclusive card from the Lord's shop. It can be used for free shopping. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. It was a freebie card. He looked at the attributes of this freebie card and shook his head. 50 million legendary tier mist core was not a big deal to him now. In that case, the value of this intermediate grade free access card was only a so-so. How much are these three goods worth? Zhou Zhou asked. Zhou Qingmin, who had already laid on the sofa and entered the virtual gaming world again, said without looking, low-tier deity-level elementary grade law skill, divine concealment, worth 3,000 legendary tier mist cores. Low-tier deity-level elementary grade law skill, ghost god military morale, worth 500 legendary tier mist cores. Shop card, intermediate grade commodity free acquisition card, worth 10 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou nodded. He clicked his tongue in his heart. It was also a low-tier deity-level elementary grade law skill. The value of the ghost god military morale was actually so different. From this, it could be seen that the potential of the ghost god military morale was far greater. However, he did not mind. He took out 3,510 legendary tier mist cores and bought them all. Then, he learned the first two directly. The latter was placed into the king's treasure box. Then, he did not disturb Zhou Qingmin and directly left, walking towards the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. At Mu Gu's residence, in a study room in the advanced grade Lord's Paradise. At this moment, Mu Gu was sitting in a pavilion in front of his residence, leisurely sipping tea. After Zhou Zhou came over, he unceremoniously sat opposite him. Then, he poured himself a cup and took a sip of tea. He praised, "Good tea. Greetings, Your Majesty. Mu Gu immediately stood up and said respectfully. Have a seat. You don't have to be so reserved when you and I are alone. Zhou Zhou chuckled. After he sat down, he asked, how long has it been since Bai Yun and the rest went in? It's been almost half an hour. They should be out soon. Mu Gu smiled. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, the two of them chatted and drank tea. After a while, Mu Gu's expression changed. He stood up and waved his right hand. Bai Yun appeared in front of the two of them. Greetings, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully without any surprise. Then, she handed a spatial ring to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and entered with his consciousness. He saw the mountain of spoils of war inside. He was not interested in the other loots. His gaze landed on the 4 mountain-like books. They were 420 million yellow gold tier god attendant recruitment books. 420 million copies of the yellow gold tier god attendant class change certificate. 630 million violent storm spirit recruitment books. 630 million copies of the violent storm spirit class change certificate. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he brought Bai Yun out of the advanced grade Lord's Paradise and came to the gate of summoning. He used 100 extraordinary tier mist cores to recruit 1,050,000,000 new recruits at once. It was the same this time. The extra soldiers were directly carried by the internal world of the galaxy. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face when he saw so many soldiers being arranged by Bai Yun in an orderly manner. Excluding the soldiers of the Star Alliance, he originally had 3,252,091,864 soldiers under his command. Now that he had 1,050,000,000 soldiers, his soldiers directly broke through 4 billion and reached 4,252,091,864 soldiers. I wonder when it will break 10 billion. Or even 100 billion. Zhou Zhou was filled with ambition. Only soldiers of this scale could be useful in the future battles of the myriad worlds. Even though there seemed to be many of them now, they were still too few compared to the war with the heavens. Of course, at this stage, it was enough to satisfy Zhou Zhou's needs. Chapter 820. By his return, Zhou Zhou opened the market channel and placed 2 billion copies of the previous King of Yellow Gold class change certificate and 2 billion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate inside after all the soldiers were arranged. At the same time, he invested 100 billion pieces of equipment and 100 billion skill books. Let's clear the inventory. Zhou Zhou sighed softly. Even though he already had enough soldiers under his command, the King of Loots was really a cheat like Lord Talent. No matter how much military merit and contribution points his soldiers and subjects used to consume the equipment, skills, and other resources in his inventory, his resources never decreased. Instead, they increased. There were so many that the treasury could no longer hold them all. For example, he had obtained more than 18 million equipment and skill books from the war yesterday. In addition to the extra equipment, skill books, and other resources he had obtained previously, his soldiers could not be exhausted in a short period of time. Since that was the case, he might as well sell them to the human lords of Cerulean Planet while they were still valuable. At the very least, he could exchange them for some mist cores. The old rules of selling were still the same. Every lord still had limited purchase rules to prevent the phenomenon of large-scale hoarding and reselling of scalpers. It could also allow some lords with slower hand speed and slower information acquisition to buy the war resources he sold. Zhou Zhou opened the world channel and found that the lords of Cerulean Planet were crazily praising him for selling so many resources. Many lords said excitedly that he was the savior of the human race on Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou did not feel anything. This was because he only wanted to sell his inventory in exchange for some mist core. He had no other intentions. He didn't think too much about it. He turned to look at the more than 37,000 divine artifacts in his king's treasure box and fell into deep thought. Most of these divine artifacts were obtained from legendary tier enemies' legendary tier weapons. After death, they were provided by the King of Loot's quality +1. There might be more than 100 divine artifacts provided by true god spirits. However, this was not important. What mattered was how to deal with them. There were less than 10 god spirits under Zhou Zhou's command, so he definitely wouldn't need so many divine artifacts. Sell it to the humans, or rent it to the humans. Zhou Zhou thought about it and realized that he only had one choice. His current relationship with the human race was relatively good. Moreover, he had previous experience trading divine artifacts with the human race, so their cooperation could be considered pleasant after all. And when he thought of the humans, Zhou Zhou frowned again. He wondered how Temple Lord Bai He was doing. Just as he thought of this, he saw his personal terminal suddenly light up. Zhou Zhou was stunned and hurriedly looked at the caller ID. The Yellow Emperor. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he immediately answered the call. The video showed the amiable image of the Yellow Emperor on his personal terminal. Hello. How can I help you, Senior Yellow Emperor? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. Hee, little friend Blazing Sun's item is interesting. I haven't come into contact with such a scientific item in almost 10,000 years. It's quite practical. The Yellow Emperor chuckled. Previously, the personal terminals in Ji Yun and Lu Zhen's hands were shattered by the aftershocks of our battle, so they didn't continue to broadcast our battle to you. Does little friend Blazing Sun feel regretful? Indeed. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. I've never seen a true god-tier fight with all his might. But that doesn't matter anymore. Senior Yellow Emperor, how is Temple Lord Bai He? He is fine. Here, little Bai He, come and meet little friend Blazing Sunday. Look at how worried he is. The Yellow Emperor chuckled. Senior Yellow Emperor, please leave me some face. A familiar helpless voice sounded. Bai He, who was covered in blood, walked to the front of the video and waved at Zhou Zhou with a heroic smile. I'm safe. You don't have to worry. Just as he finished speaking, a solemn expression suddenly appeared on his face. I've already heard what happened from Ancestor Lu. If it weren't for you, I might have already died at the hands of those 3 abyssal demon gods. I, Bai He, will never forget this favor. Just tell me if you need any favors in the future. I will do it even if I have to go against the Supreme Agreement. Bai He's expression was solemn, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he put away his polite thoughts and nodded. He said seriously, then I won't reject the help of a super expert like you. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Senior Yellow Emperor, Senior Lu, and Senior Bai He, did you fight for an entire night last night? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. That's not true, Patriarch Lu said with a smile. Last night, we actually only fought for 6 hours before the battle ended. The 3 abyssal demon gods also died at our hands. When Zhou Zhou heard this, even though he was already mentally prepared, he was still shocked. These were 3 genuine true god-tier existences and, they were actually killed. However, that Asgrad is indeed a super expert of the abyss. Even though we have the true god-tier divine artifacts, he still caused a lot of commotion before he died, letting the abyssal creatures on that level know about the true god-tier divine artifacts. Patriarch Lu's expression was cold. Therefore, His Excellency the Yellow Emperor, His Excellency Bai He, and I decided to completely destroy this layer of the abyss and let him return to the earth, water, wind, and fire, entering a state of chaos before it can be born again. We have been doing that for the rest of the time until just now before we returned. The Yellow Emperor and Bai He nodded calmly. It was obvious that they did not dislike this matter. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. At the same time, he felt some admiration. As expected of the strongest experts of the human race. They were decisive. They could destroy a world just like that even if it was just to avoid leakage of information. However, the Abyss was a world that was extremely opposed to the living world. The two of them had a long-standing aggro. In addition, this matter concerned the possibility of the human race encountering a crisis of extinction in the future. Therefore, there was actually no psychological pressure to destroy an Abyss world. The only pity is that we've caused too much of a commotion, preventing us from staying in the Abyss any longer. Otherwise, as the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, Asgrad's Divine Kingdom would definitely have many good things for us to take. Now, we can only leave it to those abyssal demon gods who came after smelling it. The Yellow Emperor said with a look of pity. Patriarch Lu and Bai He smiled but did not say anything. Being able to rescue Bai He had already far exceeded their expectations. It was too risky to take the risk and stay there just for some rare treasures in the Divine Kingdom. The Yellow Emperor was just saying. He turned around and didn't care anymore. He flipped his right hand, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Zhou. Chapter 821 Master God Tier Demon's Corpse. The true God Tier divine artifacts you lent us are all inside. Also, we left some gifts inside. You should like them. The Yellow Emperor smiled. Zhou was stunned. He took it and sent his consciousness into the spatial ring. Then, his eyes instantly widened. This is, his breathing quickened. In the spatial ring, other than the two swords of New Dimension creation and the two eternal fallen sticks divine armor that Zhou had lent them, there were three other items. It was the corpses of the three abyssal true God Tier's God spirits. This was really a big gift. Zhou's eyes lit up. He was about to obtain a Master God Tier level treasure. It's too valuable for me to accept. Even though Zhou really wanted it, he still had to do some superficial work. I, Zhou, am a hypocrite. It's just 3 corpses. Moreover, we don't even have a single true God Tier divine artifact on us. What's so precious about it? No matter how lucky we are, we'll at most obtain some high-tier deity-level divine artifacts. How can they be as precious as your true God-tier divine artifacts? Just take it. Anyway, you have the Lord talent to increase the drop rate. It's most suitable for you. The Yellow Emperor laughed. Thank you, Your Holiness. Zhou smiled. My Lord talent doesn't just increase the drop rate. He thought to himself. Alright. My incarnation's time is almost up, so I won't stay any longer. Lu Yen, Bai He, while I'm not around, the two of you have to guard our human territory well. The Yellow Emperor's expression turned solemn. If necessary, you can gather our human subjects and give up a portion of the human race's territories to protect the peace of our human race. Yes, Your Holiness. Patriarch Lu and Bai He said solemnly. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Then, he turned to look at Zhou and said with a smile, I'll come here again if there's a chance in the future. I hope that by then, you will have grown to the point where you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Lu and Bai He were stunned. The Yellow Emperor actually had such high hopes for Zhou. However, on second thought, they suddenly understood why this kid could take out a true God Tier treasure before reaching the God Tier. This kid's luck could not be described as ridiculous. With this astonishing luck and aptitude, he might really be able to reach their level in the future. Moreover, it was not impossible for him to surpass them. I'll do my best. Zhou said calmly. His ambition was to become the lord of all races. However, it was better not to say such a thing before he did it, lest he made a fool of himself. Seeing Zhou's calm expression, the Yellow Emperor laughed in satisfaction. Then, he saw his body gradually turn into golden starlight spots. They were like galaxies that gradually dissipated in the air. Seniors, will Senior Yellow Emperor be unable to make a move for the time being? Zhou Zhou suddenly spoke when he saw this scene. Yes, His Excellency, the Yellow Emperor's main body is still sealed in the Shenyuan tomb. The clone just now was created by the Yellow Emperor at a huge cost. He can't create such a clone in a short period of time. Patriarch Lu nodded. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. This also meant that for a long time in the future, the human race would only have two top-notch experts, Patriarch Lu and Bai He. It was a little dangerous, he thought for a moment and took out the corpses of the four abyssal true gods. He placed them in his king's treasure box and handed the spatial ring containing the four true god-tier artifacts to Patriarch Lu. Patriarch Lu was stunned. Then, he heard Zhou Zhou say seriously, "These four true god-tier divine artifacts won't be of much use to me for the time being. If that's the case, I would like to give these four true god-tier divine artifacts to you seniors for the time being. You can use and distribute them until the crisis of the human race is resolved. Is that all right?" Zhou Zhou had no choice. The human race would be his most important barrier that could shelter him from the wind and rain before he fully matured. Zhou Zhou would definitely not be able to resolve the covetous and hostile gazes of billions of people of foreign races in a short period of time. He could only rely on the human race. Since that was the case, he had to enhance the strength of the human race. Lending the Lu clan four true god-tier divine artifacts was only one of his methods. Without waiting for a response, Zhou Zhou took out another spatial ring and handed it to Patriarch Lu. "There are some lesser god-level divine artifacts here. I also plan to lend them to the god spirits of the human race. There are some low-tier deity-level divine artifacts here. I also plan to lend them to the god spirits of the human race," Zhou Zhou said after some consideration. When Patriarch Lu heard this, he was about to say that a low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact required 10,000 low-tier deity divine crystals to rent. With so many divine crystals, he could buy more than 10 lesser divine crystals from the people of foreign races. But when he and White River saw the divine artifact in the spatial ring, the two deities instantly calmed down. They even felt that Zhou Zhou was quite interesting. This was because there were actually a total of 10,000 inferior divine artifacts in that spatial ring. He had everything from low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifacts to low-tier deity-level advanced grade divine artifacts. Patriarch Lu had never thought that one day, he could use a mountain as a unit of number of divine artifacts. Did Zhou Zhou treat divine artifacts as trash? What was he thinking? He was stacking a bunch of divine artifacts that god spirits regarded as treasures like trash. Ancestor Lu, a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm expert, felt that his outlook on life had been overturned again. The impact of these 10,000 lesser god-level divine artifacts on he was even greater than when he saw the four true god-tier divine artifacts. Patriarch Lu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. "Sure. I'll send you the divine crystals later." He looked determined, as if he had made a decision in his heart. After that, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and disappeared into thin air. Only Zhou Zhou and Bai He were left at the scene. Bai He walked up to Zhou Zhou, took out a spatial ring, and handed it to him. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He took it and sent his consciousness into it. Then, he saw a corpse again. It was the incomplete corpse of an abyssal demon god spirit. He only had a thin, purple-black arm, and an extremely pure and primordial unholy and terrifying aura emanated from its body. Item name, Abyssal Arm, Item Level, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, Item Effect, contains unextracted loots. Item Description, Creation of the Abyssal Resistance. The original Lord of the Abyss suddenly had the thought of rebelling against the Abyssal Resistance when he was about to unite the Abyss. He was sentenced to eternal dismemberment by the Abyssal Resistance. Prompt, due to the high grade of the corpse's limbs, it can last for countless years without dissipating. Loot's drop rate, a Master God Tier Advanced Grade Demon Bloodline, drop rate, 10%, Zhou took a deep breath. The bloodline of a Master God Tier Advanced Grade? Is this the demon bloodline that the Temple Lord found? Zhou looked up at Bai He in surprise. Bai He nodded indifferently. Originally, I just wanted to find a true God Tier demon corpse to provide you with the demon bloodline. However, later on, I found the Abyss legendary tier about the Abyss spirit in the Night Temple's library. Then, I went to look for it. I didn't expect to really find it. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he didn't expect him to be so lucky. Suddenly, he thought of something and his gaze landed on Zhou. A person with great luck, he muttered inwardly. Chapter 822 Spaceship Manufacturing completed. Talent attracted by mythical reputation rating. Bai He returned back to the Night Temple. He had accumulated a lot of matters that he needed to deal with personally even though he had only left the Night Temple for 2 days. Furthermore, His Holiness the Yellow Empire couldn't make another move for the time being. Only he and Patriarch Lu were left among the peak powerhouses of the human race. Under such circumstances, they had more things to deal with and prepare personally. Zhou could sense from Bai He's expression that he was preparing for a storm. This made him feel a little pressured. However, when he thought about how he barely had the strength of a true God Tier 5 to 6 casual attacks, he relaxed a little. Strength. In the end, it's the strongest confidence in the face of chaos and danger. Zhou thought to himself. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to lend 10,000 low-level divine artifacts to the human race. If he did not have the strength of a true God Tier, even if he knew that the current situation of the human race was not good, he would not dare to lend these 10,000 inferior divine artifacts to them. However, a true God Tier already had some qualifications to become one of the chess players. When I become a God Spirit, the various bloodlines in my body will display the true power and foundation of their bloodlines. Coupled with the Law Skill King and the help of 2 true God Tier divine artifacts, I should have strength comparable to a true God Tier. Zhou thought to himself at that time, at the very least, among the humans, apart from the mysterious Imperial Lord Pangu, he would no longer have anything to fear. He had some ability to protect himself in front of those top-notch race civilizations. Unlike now, everything depended on humans or other help. Your Majesty. 10 galaxy ships have been built. At this moment, Wen Ya's voice rang in his ears. Zhou was stunned for a moment before the corners of his lips curled up. Okay. Get Yuling to come and collect 5 of them according to the transaction requirements. Well, keep the remaining 5 and join the current spaceship team. Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wen Ya said respectfully. Zhou smiled. This was the benefit of having a monopoly on technology. He could make a steady profit no matter what deal he made, and it was the kind of profit he made. I remember that the Divine Sword Empire also sent over a batch of materials to build a spaceship some time ago. They invited us to build the galaxy, right? Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. The Divine Sword Empire has sent a total of 20 galaxy materials and the corresponding manufacturing costs. However, according to the cost of manufacturing spaceships that we announced to the public, we only need to hand over 10 galaxy spaceships to the other party. The remaining 10 galaxy spaceships can be used by us. Currently, we have a total of 18 galaxy spaceships. These galaxy spaceships are currently working hard to build the spaceships of the Holy Sword Empire. I estimate that they will be completed in 5 days. Wen Ya trailed off. Zhou acknowledged. The business of manufacturing galaxy had to be launched quickly. After he became famous, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of galaxy and a large amount of profits. Your Majesty. At this moment, a person's voice came from afar. Zhou Zhou looked over and realized that it was Zheng Yuanqi. Behind him was another person of foreign race. The people of foreign races had a beautiful appearance. There was a sun symbol on her glabella. She was tall and slender, and her body was covered in golden divine patterns. Divine orifices that emitted golden divine light were on the surface of her body, making her look very magical. A faint divine might appear around her, allowing the surrounding life forms to feel the obvious heaviness and pressure emanating from her. Divine inscriptions on the body, divine inscriptions condensing apertures. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's familiar appearance and quickly thought of which race she was from. A member of the shepherd's god race. Zhou Zhou was surprised. Could this be the talent attracted by his mythical reputation rating? He immediately had a guess in his heart. Then, he saw Zheng Yuanqi bring the other party to Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Zheng Yuanqi said respectfully. Then, he pointed at the godlike shepherd's god race member behind him and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, this god spirit from the shepherd's god race wishes to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Currently, I have already made him a subject of our Blazing Sun Kingdom." "You're the king of the Blazing Sun?" The shepherd's god race's Yuan Song looked at Zhou Zhou with a solemn expression. He was somewhat surprised. As a low-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirit who had attained the position of a god spirit as a shepherd's god race member, his true strength could be said to far surpass that of an ordinary high-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirit. He had even escaped from the hands of a true god tier with grievous injuries. However, even with such strength, he actually felt a sense of danger when facing Zhou Zhou. It was as if this human in front of him, who only had the strength of an legendary tier advanced grade, was an existence that he could not match at all. How could he believe this? And the most ridiculous thing was, as a living being from a top race in the myriad worlds, he actually felt that the bloodline of this mysterious human in front of him actually had a faint feeling of suppressing his bloodline. This made him feel that the experience he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years had been overturned. Could there be a bloodline more noble than the shepherd's god race in this world? Even the original spirit race, the top bloodline race in billions of years, didn't give him such a strong feeling of suppression. Yuan Song was a little confused while he began to revere and admire this human lord. It was indeed not a fluke that this human lord could obtain the first place in the previous lord's event. At the same time, when Zhou Zhou heard the other party's words, he raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to say something, Suan walked over. "Since you've already joined my Blazing Sun Kingdom and met my king, you should address him as Your Majesty." Suan looked at Yuan Song coldly. "How dare you talk to me like that?" The Yuan Song narrowed his eyes at him. He, an low-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirit who could easily defeat a high-tier deity-level advanced grade powerhouse. He would be regarded as a super powerhouse by all living beings no matter where he was. This was the first time he had been treated so impolitely. Suan silently pulled out the blood shadow sword from his back. The sword trembled slightly, as if it was celebrating its bloodthirst. "I will die for the humiliation of my master. And, I don't like you." Suan looked at the Yuan Song, and his eyes suddenly shot out a belligerent gaze. "Yuan Kong. He is Suan, a newly promoted low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. It's your first time in this king's kingdom. Even if this king knows your talent, I can't immediately promote you to a high position. How about this? Fight with him. If you can defeat him, not only will this king make you a worshipped god spirit of our country, this king can also increase your deity's offerings by 10 times. You can also become the deputy commander of any legion under my command. Wealth, power, and status will all be at your fingertips. But if you lose, you'll only be the worshipped god spirit. You'll have to follow the army to battle every day. Other than that, there won't be any other additional benefits. Are you willing?" Zhou Zhou said casually. Chapter 823 Fusion Bloodline. Low-tier deity level elementary grade chaos human bloodline. Yuan Tsong was stunned. It sized Suan up and nodded with a cold smile. Whatever your majesty prefers. He said proudly. Zhou acknowledged. Then, they were allowed to fight in an uninhabited territory in the blazing Sun Kingdom. The two gods naturally obeyed and flew away. In less than a moment, the two gods had returned. There were a few sword wounds on Yuan Tsong's body that had not healed for a long time. Su An's face was also a little pale. The two gods seemed to have experienced a great battle. How did it go? Zhou threw a few bottles of god-tier potion over and asked with interest. Yuan Tsong looked hesitant and indignant. Su An's expression was much calmer. I'm tied with him. It's a draw. He said. A tie. Zhou raised his eyebrows. Tell me the details. There's no need for him to say it. At this moment, Yuan Tsong suddenly said, I lost. I can't defeat him in a head-on battle, but the total amount of divine power in my body far exceeds him. He won't be able to truly defeat me in a short period of time. And when the divine power in his body is exhausted, I can indeed take this opportunity to defeat him, but I disdain such an embarrassing method to defeat him. That's why I said I lost. I lost, Suan said. The amount of divine power is an important factor in determining one's combat strength. If you're strong, you're strong. There's nothing to be ashamed of. As a god spirit of the shepherd's god race, I disdain to use such a method to obtain victory. I'm not a lowly god spirit who can't afford to lose. Yuan Tsong said stubbornly. It means that I've lost, Suan said calmly. You, the two gods, one angry and the other calm, began to argue. Zhou ignored them and fell into deep thought. The characteristic of the shepherd's god race was that they were born with nomological powers. Furthermore, they were born with divine court realm apertures. Each divine court realm aperture was equivalent to all the magic power/divine power that a life form/god spirit possessed. As for the shepherd's god race, they had at least 108 divine court realm apertures. Hence, in terms of the total amount of dermic powers/divine power, the shepherd's god race's total amount of divine power could be said to be the number one among the countless races of the same level. Even the original spirit race members who were born with the ability to control a world were slightly inferior to the shepherd's god race. Even though he was a human, he was talented and had the potential of an advanced grade master god tier. Humans with such potential, even if they were only low-tier deity level elementary grade now, had combat power comparable to or even surpassing high-tier deity level advanced grade god spirits. Therefore, the outcome of the battle between the two gods was within his expectations. Alright, let's not argue anymore. Zhou stopped thinking and said. Only then did the two of them stop talking. Zhou nodded and looked at Yuan Kong. This battle will be considered a draw. Yuan Tsong, since it's a draw, the benefits of winning the battle I mentioned before will be halved. You don't have 10 times the offerings of a worshipped god spirit, but you can be the deputy commander of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's heavenly map army. The duty is to protect the high-level intelligence personnel of the Heavenly Map Army and the powerful enemies that the soldiers of the Heavenly Map Army encounter in the process of collecting intelligence. Are you willing? He asked. I'm willing. Yuan Tsong said respectfully. At this moment, he no longer had much pride in his heart. Obviously, even though he did not defeat him in the battle just now, this battle had suppressed the pride in his heart. A new god spirit who had just advanced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade was already so powerful. Yuan Tsong already had some guesses. There were probably many existences stronger than him in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Since that was the case, he actually had nothing to be proud of other than his background. Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He had finally subdued this arrogant prick. Originally, he had thought that if it really didn't work out, he would personally teach this god spirit from the shepherd's god race a lesson. From the looks of it, there was no need for him to do anything. This was when he finally took a good look at this talent attracted by his mythical reputation rating. Subject, divine name Yuan Song, god of earth law and stars, territory, blazing sun city, divine duty, gravity, strength level, low-tier deity level advanced grade, ability overview. The god spirit of the shepherd's god race is extremely talented. He was born with 1,580 divine court realm apertures. He has never encountered any bottlenecks since he started cultivating. Later on, in order to become a god spirit, he left the divine world and went to the myriad worlds to train. In just 1,000 years, he used the law of gravity to advance to a god spirit. Not long after, he advanced to a low-tier deity level advanced grade god spirit. The current him is looking for a way to advance to a higher level. Skills, talent, shepherd, talent, divine court realm apertures, talent, boundless divine power, talent, god of gravity, talent, divine power control, talent, god of the earth, law skill, myriad Daos heavenly attraction, law skill, 10,000 times gravity, law skill, 10,000 times repulsion, low-tier deity level advanced grade, creating stars, low-tier deity level advanced grade, fallen stars, loyalty, 89, potential, master god tier elementary grade. Zhou looked at his information and nodded in satisfaction. Its potential had actually reached the master god tier elementary grade without the help of the sun moon star sword. No wonder, he was already a low-tier deity level advanced grade at such a young age. As expected of a talent attracted by the mythical reputation rating. What a pity. My sun moon star sword only works on the humans of Cerulean planet. Otherwise, Yuan Song's potential would at least reach the level of a master god tier advanced grade or even surpass that. Zhou thought to himself the sword of Xian Yuan was a divine artifact of the human race on the Cerulean planet, so it naturally had no effect on the people of foreign races. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou asked him to follow Suan to the heavenly map army to familiarize himself with the situation. After the two gods left, Zhou returned to the advanced grade Lord's Paradise and took out two items. One of them was naturally the severed limbs of the master god tier advanced grade demon that he had given him just now. The other one was the nine-headed demon god bloodline that Zhou had almost forgotten. I've been so busy these 2 days that I almost forgot about fusing bloodlines. Let's fuse now. Zhou fused with the bloodline of a true god tier advanced grade demon god without hesitation. You have absorbed one portion of the demon god bloodline, true god tier advanced grade. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Your six senses powers have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the low-tier deity level elementary grade, enhanceable chaos human race talent, chaos sacred power. You have awakened the true god tier nine-headed nightmare demon god talent, dream entering spell. You have awakened a true god tier nine-headed nightmare demon god talent, nightmare weaving skill. You have awakened the true god tier nine-headed nightmare demon god talent, truth and illusion. You have mastered the great nightmare dream realm inherited from the demon god of the nine-headed nightmare realm. You have learned the general knowledge of a demon god. You have learned the secrets of the nine-headed nightmare demon god. My chaos human bloodline has finally allowed me to advance to the god spirit level. Zhou looked at these text notifications and felt the changes in his body. He was even a little touched. He had fused countless top-notch bloodlines in order to improve the chaos human bloodline. It was really not easy to raise it to this level. Zhou took a deep breath and looked at the awakened abilities. Chapter 824 The ability of the nine-headed nightmare demon god. Absorbing the bloodline of the first demon. Zhou looked at the first ability. Race talent name, chaotic sacred power, talent level, low-tier deity level elementary grade, enhanceable. Talent description 1, after the Chaos humans advance to God spirits, or after their bloodline advances to the God spirit bloodline, the chaotic origin energy in their bodies will automatically advance to the chaotic sacred power. Talent description 2, the Chaos humans have mastered the chaotic sacred power. They can use it to control any form of energy, including elemental energy, martial artist internal energy, void origin energy, blood force, divine power, and so on. Compared to the chaotic origin energy, the chaotic sacred power is more outstanding. When controlling the strange energy, it is even better than the strange energy itself. When facing an enemy with other mutated energies, the possessor of the chaotic sacred power could easily suppress, transform, or even erase the other party's mutated energy. Talent description 3, as the supreme omnipotent power, the chaotic sacred power can drive any ability or thing that requires any energy to operate. Moreover, when driving, the chaotic sacred power is more efficient. It can greatly reduce the consumption of the driving ability or thing. This is simply an upgraded version of the chaotic origin energy. After reading it, Zhou nodded in satisfaction. With this upgraded chaotic sacred power, it would definitely be easier for him to control the sword of new dimension creation and even the eternal fallen stick's divine armor. He looked at the other abilities. Race talent name, dream entering, talent level, true god tier advanced grade, talent description. The possessor of the nine-headed demon god bloodline can enter the dreams of true god tier advanced grade and life forms below without anyone noticing. At the same time, he could secretly observe the things that the dreamer dreamed of. He could even guide the changes in the dream and make the dreamer sink into it. Race talent name, weaving nightmare realm technique, talent level, true god tier advanced grade, talent description. A possessor of the demon god bloodline of the nine-headed nightmare realm can create a nightmare realm that can exist for a short period of time or eternity. The target will experience the most painful, terrifying, and difficult experiences of his life until the target exhausts all his energy and enters an eternal death. Race talent name, truth and illusion, talent level, true god tier advanced grade, talent description. Owner of the demon god bloodline of the nine-headed nightmare realm can create illusory objects in the dream realm by consuming divine power. The specific consumption depends on the quality of the object and the compatibility with the real world. Race inheritance name, great nightmare dream realm, inheritance level, true god tier advanced grade, talent description. The possessor of the demon god bloodline of the nine-headed nightmare realm possesses an eternal illusion of the great nightmare dream realm. The Great Nightmare Dream Realm can connect to the dream world of all life forms in the world and transform into a small world under the Great Nightmare Dream Realm. The more powerful the dream worlds connected to the Great Nightmare Dream Realm, the higher the level of the Great Nightmare Dream Realm. When it reached a certain level, it could even turn the Great Nightmare Dream Realm into reality and become the real world, becoming an eternal and true myriad world. This nine-headed nightmare demon god's racial talent and heritage is quite interesting. Zhou looked at these abilities and raised his eyebrows slightly. The dream-entering spell was considered normal. The weaving nightmare realm technique was the true god-tier specialty, creating a world. Reality and illusion were unimaginable illusion materialization abilities. The great nightmare dream realm was even more unbelievable. When it grew to its limit, it could actually create another myriad world. Then wouldn't the existence that created he be no different from the supreme will? However, there was no specific description of what it meant when it said, to a certain extent. Zhou guessed, even a true god-tier advanced grade would not be able to do this. At the very least, only a master god tier or even an even more mysterious supreme god realm could do this. However, how could it be so easy to reach that level? The nightmare dream realm is a big deal. Zhou complained. He memorized these abilities in his heart and took out a skinny half-black arm. It was the arm of the master god tier advanced grade. Zhou extracted it directly and a text notification appeared. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots, Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title hint: your loots have been affected by the title of the strongest lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord talent notification: you have obtained perfect loots, 3 sets of beginner demon bloodline, master god tier advanced grade. Zhou looked at the 3 lines of notifications. His gaze landed on the last line and he frowned slightly. Master god tier advanced grade, didn't become a supreme god realm advanced grade, Zhou muttered to himself. Then, for some reason, not only did he not feel disappointed, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. So there's a limit to my king of loots, he said softly. He had come into contact with many mythical tier lord talents, be it his or the people of foreign races. However, after comparing, he was surprised to discover that his mythical tier lord talent was actually the most abnormal. It far exceeded the other mythical tier lord talents. It could even conjure true god tier divine artifacts and even master god tier level treasures after all. This was truly unbelievable. However, from the looks of it, it had its limits. It was not as omnipotent as he had imagined. Then its existence was reasonable and within the scope of the supreme rules. He was only able to obtain it because he was lucky. I can use this lord talent in peace in the future. It doesn't matter if it's exposed. Zhou thought. He didn't think too much about it and directly took out a portion of the first demon's bloodline and fused it into his body. Soon, lines of text slowly appeared as cold, unholy, and dark power was born from his heart and surged into various parts of his body. You have absorbed 1 portion of the beginner devil bloodline, master god tier advanced grade. Your chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to low tier deity level advanced grade. Your 6 senses powers have been greatly enhanced. You have awakened the master god tier advanced grade demon talent, abyss blessing. You have awakened the master god tier advanced grade demon talent, abyss gaze. You have awakened the master god tier advanced grade demon talent, abyss gaze. You have awakened the master god tier advanced grade talent, gate of the abyss. You have awakened the master god tier advanced grade demon talent, abyss gaze. You have awakened the master god tier advanced grade talent, gate of the abyss. You have mastered the master god tier advanced grade inheritance. You have mastered the master god tier advanced grade inheritance. You have grasped the inheritance of the abyss common sense. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the abyss. Special hint: you have vaguely comprehended a method to condense the will condensation technique. Unfortunately, you have not completely memorized it. Chapter 825: The ability of the first demon. The Yellow Emperor's gift. The corners of Zhou's mouth twitched when he saw the first few lines of text. Good God! The bloodline of a master god tier advanced grade only allowed the chaos human bloodline to advance from low tier deity level elementary grade to low tier deity level advanced grade, and it did not even break through to mid tier deity level. He could not help but grit his teeth. Wasn't the chaos human bloodline's appetite too big? Fortunately, there aren't many other races in this Lord of all races tournament, but there are many top-notch bloodline races. Otherwise, I would really be worried about how to continue improving your bloodline. Zhou was helpless. Then, he looked at the effects of these awakened abilities. Race talent name, Abyss Blessing, talent level, Master God tier advanced grade, talent description, owner of the first demon bloodline. Because he is watched by the Abyss will, his body is also condensed with the abyssal providence. Therefore, no matter what he does, he will be lucky and can easily do what he wants. When they encountered danger, the creatures protected by the abyss were easier to survive. Moreover, after the danger, it was easy to obtain a large number of benefits. When encountering an abyssal life form, not only would it not easily have any intention of harming you, but it would also easily obtain a favorable impression. It might even take the initiative to join you and work for you. The effect of this ability will be doubled in the abyss, and the effect outside the abyss will be halved. This is the fucking halo of a protagonist. Zhou Zhou widened his eyes as he looked at this ability. Good God! It turned out that the first demon had almost unified the abyss with this protagonist halo. That instantly made sense. An existence like the abyss while standing behind him was equivalent to the son of the heavens. It would be strange if he did not unify the abyss. He shook his head and looked at the subsequent innate abilities. Race, talent, name, abyss gaze, talent level, master god tier advanced grade, talent description, owner of the first demon bloodline. When staring at other abyss life forms, the abyss life form will fall into extreme fear and be unable to extricate itself. Note, this talent consumes a lot of mental strength. Race, talent, name, summon abyss guardian, talent level, master god tier advanced grade, talent description, the possessor of the first demon bloodline can summon an abyssal life form that is 2 levels stronger than him. As his guardian, he can protect his own life. At the very least, he can summon a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. At the highest, he can summon an advanced grade master god tier abyssal life form. Note, this talent consumes a lot of mental strength. Race, talent, name, gate of the abyss, talent level, master god tier advanced grade, talent description, the possessor of the first demon bloodline can open the abyssal gate in the alternate world by himself and lead the creatures of the abyss into the alternate world to start the abyssal invasion war. They can also return to any location of the abyss through the abyssal gate, but they have to set the abyssal coordinates of the abyssal gate in advance at that location. Race, talent, name, original sin, talent level, master god tier advanced grade, talent description. The possessor of the first demon bloodline has extremely high talent in the 7 original sins, gluttony, greed, sloth, jealousy, pride, lust, and wrath. He can easily comprehend spells and even law skills related to original sin. He can also easily provoke the original sin in the hearts of any life form in the myriad worlds and use it to transform them into abyssal life forms. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he saw this. As expected of the biological son of the abyss will. These innate abilities were ridiculously powerful. Abyss gaze gave the first demon the ability to subdue others without fighting. Summon the abyss guardian and let the first demon have a super bodyguard and a super fighter. The gate of the abyss allowed the first demon to easily start the war of the 2 worlds and profit from it. Original sin was a divine skill that could develop its subordinates. As expected of the first lord of the abyss. This ability was strong and comprehensive. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder and looked at the next ability. Then his eyes widened instantly. Race, talent, name, heart of juggernaut, talent level, master god tier advanced grade, talent description. If a living being with the heart of a juggernaut does not have the talent of the juggernaut's nomological law previously, he will immediately have the talent of the juggernaut's nomological law after having the heart of a juggernaut. If a living being with the heart of a juggernaut has the talent of the juggernaut's nomological law, his talent of the nomological law of a juggernaut will be enhanced to a certain extent. Heart of the juggernaut. The laws of the juggernaut? Isn't the law of juggernaut the alias of the Lord's law? Back then, the first demon was also a comprender of the Lord's law. Zhou Zhou was shocked. Then, he immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to feel the changes in his body. A moment later, he opened his eyes and a look of joy appeared in them. He could feel that his comprehension of the Lord's law had actually increased by a lot. It was almost equivalent to another, holy record, book of faith, being added to his body. In the future, my comprehension of the Lord's laws will be much faster. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. No matter how powerful those fancy abilities were, in his eyes, they were not as big a surprise as this juggernaut's heart. After all, this juggernaut's heart was an innate ability that truly concerned one's foundation and future. He took a deep breath and looked at the second-to-last and third abilities. Race, inheritance, name, abyss world, inheritance level, master god tier advanced grade, talent description. With the power of the abyss as the source, you can forcefully condense a layer of the abyss world that belongs to you. You don't need to pass the test of the Abyss Will to obtain the protection of the Abyss Will and become the Lord of the Abyss World. Note, this inherited ability can only be used by existences above the true God tier. Race inheritance name, Abyssal Sacred Fire, inheritance level, Master God tier advanced grade, talent description, one of the most powerful holy flames in the myriad worlds. It has the ability to ignite the sins in the depths of its heart and create unholy abyss life forms. It can also make living beings who are deeply trapped in unholy suffer the burning of the holy fire day and night. No matter how strong they are, they will fall into a state of eternal damnation until the sins in their bodies are burned away. Note, this inherited ability can only be used by existences above the true God tier. Zhou Zhou was quite happy when he saw it. He thought that he had discovered 2 superpowers. In the end, when he saw the last note, he immediately wilted. So it could only be seen but not eaten. Then, he suddenly thought of something. After he became a god spirit, with the chaotic holy power that he had advanced again, he might be able to try and use these 2 abilities. Finally, Zhou Zhou looked at the last line of notifications and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Will condensation technique? What's that? Zhou Zhou was a little confused. The various inheritances in his mind had never mentioned any will condensation technique. There was a way to increase his will, but he felt that it had nothing to do with this condensation method. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Since he had no clue, he did not think too much about it. Let's leave it to fate then. After absorbing the 2 bloodlines, Zhou Zhou began to cultivate in the cultivation room, planning to organize the 2 bloodline abilities he had just obtained. But not long after, a voice suddenly sounded. Zhou Zhou, come out and meet me. I've already brought the divine crystals. Also, His Holiness the Yellow Emperor asked me to bring you a gift. There was no need to think too much about it. The one who sent the voice transmission was Patriarch Lu, who had just left. Zhou Zhou perked up. He did not expect the other party to send it over so quickly. However, he soon became puzzled. A gift? What gift did His Holiness the Yellow Emperor bring me? There was no time to think about it. Zhou Zhou tidied himself up and walked out of advanced grade Lord's Paradise. Then, he immediately saw Patriarch Lu admiring the scenery of the blazing Sun Kingdom in the sky. Chapter 826 Ancestor Statue of the Human Race on Cerulean Planet, Yellow Emperor Shenyuan. Zhou Zhou flew over and arrived beside Patriarch Lu. Greetings, Patriarch Lu. Patriarch Lu nodded. Then, he looked at the scenery of the blazing Sun Kingdom and exclaimed in surprise and satisfaction, even though your kingdom hasn't been established for long, it already has a few signs of the fusion of all races and civilizations. In time, as long as you don't die midway, even if you can't obtain the position of the Lord of all races, it won't be a problem for you to become an overlord-level existence in the myriad worlds. Even if Zhou Zhou was extraordinary, Patriarch Lu, the Yellow Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the human race had never thought that Zhou Zhou could become the lord of all races that only existed in legends. They only hoped that Zhou Zhou and the others could stand out in this lord of all races competition and become a peak expert who could protect the human race. That was enough. They would feel very lucky if he could become a super expert like Pangu. As for the lord of all races, they did not dare to think about it. Or rather, even a great civilization like the original spirit race didn't dare to think about it. After all, the Supreme will have been looking for the Lord of all races for a long time. The competition between the 10,000 races had lasted for countless years, but the Lord of all races had never appeared. Many experts of many races even thought that the requirements of the Supreme will were too high. Under such requirements, it was impossible for the Lord of all races to exist. That kind of existence that was 1 in a million was just the delusion of the supreme will. However, no one dared to say such words. They could only watch as the Lord of all races continued to fight until now. All they could do was to try their best to survive in this Lord of all races competition and try their best to obtain as many benefits as possible. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. Patriarch Lu did not say much and directly threw him a yellow brocade pouch. In this brocade pouch are 21,642 divine crystals at the lower god level that I borrowed from you. In addition, there's also a gift from His Holiness the Yellow Emperor. Zhou Zhou had just received it when he was stunned when he heard Patriarch Lu's words. 21,642 low-tier deity-level elementary grades. Didn't I say that I only needed 10,000 low-tier deity-level elementary grades? He asked doubtfully. You lent me the right to use 10,000 low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifacts for 10 years, allowing the human race to live in peace for 10 years. How can the significance of this be measured by 10,000 low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals? Patriarch Lu looked at Zhou Zhou and said with a smile, I know you have good intentions for us humans, but we humans aren't at the point where we need a junior like you to take care of us. I obtained these 21,642 divine crystals after going to the human treasury. This is all I have for the time being. I don't have anything else. Don't think it's too little. I wouldn't dare. Zhou Zhou hurriedly said. Patriarch Lu nodded, his expression suddenly becoming serious. I've come to talk to you about something else besides these two things. Senior, please speak. Zhou Zhou immediately said. I'm prepared to let you join the Supreme Council of the human race and as a member of the Supreme Council. Patriarch Lu said solemnly. The Supreme Council? A member? Zhou Zhou was stunned. This was, making him a higher-up of the human race. But he was only at the legendary tier. Patriarch Lu seemed to have guessed Zhou Zhou's thoughts and said calmly, there are 3 criteria for human powerhouses to become human counselors. First, you have to be loyal to the human race and not have any thoughts of betraying the race. You can't even have any thoughts of betraying the race. Second, you need to make 1 heaven-level contribution, 3 earth-level contributions, 10 black-level contributions, and 100 yellow-level contributions to our human race. Third, your strength has to have reached the God-Spirit level. Your loyalty to the human race is witnessed by His Excellency the Yellow Emperor and I, there's no mistake. As for the heart of betraying the clan and the heart of a foreigner, it's even more impossible. Patriarch Lu chuckled. The current Zhou Zhou had performed too well in the 2 Supreme Will events. It could be said that he stood at the center of the storm. At this moment, he was already seen as a thorn in the flesh by all the races. They all wanted to kill him. Betraying the humans. Unless Zhou Zhou was an idiot, otherwise that would not happen. As for the contribution, there's nothing to say. You saved the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire. Just these 2 things alone are worth more than 100 heaven-level contributions. As for the final God Spirit strength, Patriarch Lu looked at Zhou Zhou and shook his head. Even though you haven't reached it, you should have already embarked on your own path to becoming a god. Becoming a god should only be a matter of time for you. Therefore, I can make an exception in this matter and directly make you a member of the Supreme Council of the human race. I'll inform the other members. You don't have to worry about that. Prepare yourself. Members have rights and obligations. It's not as easy as you think. Zhou Zhou was a little stunned. Is it that simple? He had become a member of the Supreme Council of the human race without doing anything. Tonight, you will participate in the Supreme Council of the human race. We will hold a welcome party for you. We do this because the addition of every new council member represents another increase in the strength of the human race. When the time comes, just do your job. Don't worry about anything else. Patriarch Lu reminded. Zhou Zhou nodded subconsciously. When he came back to his senses, Patriarch Lu had already disappeared. Zhou Zhou floated in the sky for a while before returning to advanced grade Lord's Paradise. In the study. Zhou Zhou opened the brocade bag and realized that there were two items inside. One of them was 21,642 low-tier deity-level divine crystals. After Zhou Zhou put it away, he looked at another item. It was a statue of the ancestor statue of the human race on the Cerulean planet. Moreover, from the looks of the statue, it was none other than His Excellency the Yellow Emperor himself. Zhou Zhou took it out and placed it in front of him. Just as he reached out to touch it, he heard a smiling voice beside his ear. "Little friend Blazing Sunday. This ancestor statue suddenly appeared in my Xianyuan tomb when the myriad races descended on the supreme continent. It's useless for me to keep it. I'll give it to you. I hope that you can safely survive this calamity of the myriad races in the future and stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Thank you, Your Holiness." After Zhou Zhou heard the Yellow Emperor's words, he didn't care if he could hear him and said politely. At the same time, he was a little surprised. It turned out that the ancestor statue of the humans on Cerulean planet might not only drop from monsters. Then, he looked at the statue, and a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race of Cerulean Planet, Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, Treasure Grade, Legendary Tier, Treasure Effect, place it in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and activate the Ancestor Statue's Ancestral Enhancement Effect on territory, subjects, or lords. Treasure name, Ancestor Statue of the Human Race of Cerulean Planet, Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, it's indeed the ancestral statue of the Yellow Emperor. Zhou Zhou smiled and brought the ancestor statue to the Imperial Ancestral Temple without another word. The Imperial Ancestral Temple. Zhou Zhou looked at the scene in front of him. 7 10-meter-tall red shrines were neatly placed on the altar. 4 of the shrines worshipped the ancestral statues of Sun Simiao, Gong Shubun, Liu Bei, and Zhang Heng. The other 3 shrines were empty. Zhou Zhou bowed respectfully to the 4 ancestor statues before placing the Yellow Emperor statues in the center. Chapter 827 Ancestral Enhancement, First Ancestor of Humanities. Part-time Demon Hunter Class. The next second, the entire hall shook. Then, a gentle and righteous male voice sounded. Yin and Yang, the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the beginning of life and death, the residence of the gods. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This is from the Yellow Emperor's internal cultivation, the manifestation of Yin and Yang from the macrocosm to the microcosm. What it meant was that Yin and Yang were the general rules of the universe. They were the outline of everything, the origin of the changes in all things, and the root of the growth and destruction. There was a lot of logic in it. Anyone who treated illnesses had to find the root of the change in the illness. Then, he looked at the following text notification. You have placed a legendary tier ancestor statue of the human race on Cerulean planet in the shrine of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan has activated the exclusive ancestral enhancement effect, First Ancestor of Humanities. The current ancestor statue has been updated. Current ancestral enhancement effect has been updated. Zhou Zhou opened the current ancestral enhancement effect. Ancestral enhancement, First Ancestor of Humanities, Grade, Legendary Tier, Buff Effect 1. It's easier for the professionals in the territory to have a flash of inspiration on the basis of theory or practice and create items or theories that have more developmental and progressive meaning. Buff Effect 2. Life professionals in the territory. The promotion energy needed to advance, 20%. Buff Effect 3. When the professionals in the territory undergo a professional level breakthrough, the probability of breaking through will increase by 20%. Buff Effect 4. All lifestyle professionals in the territory have their potential increased by a large level. They can't surpass Legendary Tier Advanced Grade at most. If they leave the territory, the potential enhancement will be ineffective. After reading it, Zhou Zhou gasped. This person's first ancestor's buff effect was a little terrifying. Especially the last one. It directly raised the potential of all the lifestyle professionals in his territory by a large level. Black iron tier potential to green bronze tier potential. White silver tier potential to yellow gold tier potential, and so on. Just this ancestral enhancement alone was worthy of the legendary tier ancestor statue, what more the other top-grade buffs. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. At the same time, he had a better impression of the Yellow Emperor. Then, he did not leave. He directly offered 100 extraordinary tier mist cores here, wanting to obtain an ancestral blessing. The 5 ancestor statues emitted a faint white light and a text notification appeared. You have obtained an ancestral blessing, Battle of Zhuolu, War Enhancement. Battle of Zhuolu, legendary tier war enhancement. When a lord leads his soldiers to fight the enemy, their basic combat strength increases by 100%. Can be stacked, duration, 3 days. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This ancestral blessing was not bad. It had to be known that under the enhancement of equipment, skills, military formations, hero skills, law skills, titles, and so on, his soldiers' combat strength was already quite terrifying. While they were only kingdom-level soldier types, if they really had to fight, his soldiers would not be weaker than empire-level soldier types. This was the true conclusion he came up with after comparing the combat strength of the army extermination knights. On this basis, his soldiers' basic combat strength increased by another 100%. Under such circumstances, even if it was an empire-level soldier type, he was confident that his kingdom-level soldier type could defeat the other party. And what surprised Zhou Zhou the most was this ancestral blessing could last for 3 days. Furthermore, it could be stacked. 3 days is enough for me to do many things. Zhou Zhou nodded in his heart. Then, he sent someone to call Gerton, the subject he had summoned from the Gate of Summoning in the past who knew how to change his class to Demon Hunter. He also told him that he had found a suitable demon bloodline and was preparing to advance to the Demon Hunter class. A moment later, Gerton came over. Following him was a middle-aged man with white hair and a firm and cold gaze. There was an old scar on his right eye, and he was tall and muscular. He was dressed in a dark brown high-level hunter outfit. When Zhou Zhou saw the two of them, his gaze landed on the middle-aged man. You are a god spirit? He said in surprise. Your Majesty, he is the teacher who brought me into the Demon Hunter class, the Demon Hunter Master, Geralt. Gerton said hurriedly. I went to the abyss some time ago, so I was separated from my disciple for a period of time. Thank you for taking care of my disciple, Your Majesty. Geralt said politely. It's nothing. Besides, I didn't take any extra care of Geralt. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Geralt did not believe him. As a teacher, he naturally understood this disciple of his. When he left, Gerton was only at the Diamond Tier elementary grade. In the end, how long had it been? Gerton's strength had actually increased by 2 major levels, directly reaching the Epic Tier elementary grade. In addition, Gerton himself admitted that he had benefited a lot from the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Naturally, he attributed all of this to this human lord whose name shook the supreme continent. However, he didn't say much. Instead, he said, I heard that His Majesty wants to change his profession to Demon Hunter. Yes. Zhou Zhou nodded. I've admired the Demon Hunter class for a long time. Moreover, I have the ability to take on other combat classes, so I want to take on a demon class. Geralt nodded. Even though the part-time ability sounded magical, it was not impossible in the High Continent. However, if he knew that Zhou Zhou could take on 6 additional combat class jobs, he wouldn't think so. My disciple's proficiency in creating the hunter's secret potion is not high. Your Majesty, how about this? How about I make your class advancement secret medicine? I can let His Majesty become a demon hunter safely and without any future troubles. Geralt said. Zhou Zhou looked at him. After waiting for 2 to 3 seconds, he realized that there was no notification of danger prediction in his heart. Furthermore, his talent intuition was also hinting to him to choose Gerald to help him with the class advancement ritual. He no longer hesitated and directly nodded. If that's the case, they'll have to trouble your holiness Gerald then. This Gerald was actually a rare high-tier deity-level advanced grade demon hunter. Moreover, from his perception, he was not far from becoming a true god tier. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was still very polite to him. Gerald looked at him in surprise. Then, a rare faint smile appeared on his cold and determined face. Because of the things they had experienced and the characteristics of their class, demon hunters were often extremely lonely. Even among their companions, they were filled with vigilance, suspicion, and betrayal. However, Gerald actually felt a rare sense of trust, respect, and kindness from this human lord whom he had met for the first time. This even left him in a daze. He calmed down. If you want to change your class to a demon hunter, you have to prepare a demon bloodline or have a demon bloodline yourself. Your Majesty should know about this, right? He asked. I have the devil's blood in me. Furthermore, I have 2 demon bloodlines that share the same origin as mine. He'll listen to Senior's advice as to how to use it. Zhou Zhou said. His Majesty is well prepared. Since His Majesty has the bloodline of a demon, there's no need for anything else. Your Majesty, please prepare a quiet secret room for me first. After I concoct the secret medicine for the class change, His Majesty can come over to soak in the secret medicine and change his class to Demon Hunter. Gerald said. Zhou Zhou nodded and immediately sent someone to prepare a quiet and secret chamber for the other party. Chapter 828 True God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Artifact, Eye of the Twilight Giant. It would take Gerald a long time to make the hunter's secret potion, and it would probably only be completed at night. Zhou Zhou didn't plan on waiting for him forever, so he prepared to lead his troops to the new Wind Demon Kingdom. However, before that, he had to extract the corpses of the 3 true God-tier demon gods. A moment later. Advanced Grade Lord's Paradise, in a secret room of the highest standard. Zhou Zhou took out the Sky Spirit ship that he had seized from the Ice Demon Kingdom previously and entered the inner world of the Sky Spirit ship. Then, he took out his spatial ring and took out the corpses of the 3 true God-tier Abyss demons, placing them in this small world. Boom! 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 3 huge demon corpses that were more than 10,000 meters long appeared on the ground. The surging abyssal demonic chi emanated from their corpses and permeated the small world, causing the wind and clouds in the small world to change. It was actually showing signs of transforming into an abyssal world. True God-tier corpses are indeed not to be underestimated. Zhou Zhou's expression turned serious. There was no time to think. He immediately prepared to extract it. He first looked at Asgrad's corpse, which was the most powerful tyrannical ruler of the Dark Crow when he was alive. His body was half flesh and half bone. He wore a blood-red crown with a dark golden ball of light floating above it. A necklace made from the eyes of various gods hung around his neck. A mental impact that was filled with blood and violence was constantly released from this necklace, constantly evolving various illusory phenomena within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. A text notification appeared. Item name, the tyranny and despotic ruler of the Dark Crow Asgrad's corpse, Lord of a beginner kingdom, item level, true God tier advanced grade, item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, beginner Lord of the Divine Kingdom, a super expert in the Abyss. He was once a famous deity in the Abyss. Later on, after he built the Divine Kingdom, his reputation became even better than before. In order to go further and become a master god tier, Asgrad chose to serve a higher race civilization and obtained the resources and news to advance to the master god tier. However, this brought about a fatal disaster for him. Loot's drop rate, 200 true god tier divine crystals, drop rate, 100%, 100 million origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 true God tier law skill, God of Tyranny, drop rate, 10%, 1 true God tier law skill, Absolute Will, drop rate, 10%, 1 high tier deity level advanced grade 9 God's Evil Eye Necklace, drop rate, 10%, 1 high tier deity level advanced grade Divine Artifact Cruel Crown, drop rate, 10%, 1 high tier deity level advanced grade Divine Artifact Fall Star Core, drop rate, 10%, 1 true God tier skill book Spirit Absorbing Demonic Abyss, drop rate, 5%, 1 true God tier advanced grade Book of the God Spirit, drop rate, 0.001%, 1 epic tier Lord Talent Origin Crystal, drop rate, 0%, 5 epic tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, drop rate, 0%. Zhou looked at the loots and immediately revealed a look of joy. Good God! As expected of the strongest of the 3 true gods, the Abyss True God tier. There were a total of 3 high-tier deity-level advanced grade divine artifacts. If he extracted it, he could directly obtain 9 true God-tier divine artifacts. Furthermore, the other party had an epic-tier Lord Talent Origin divine crystals. Just this alone was enough for him to make a killing. He did not even look at the other spoils of war and directly chose to extract them. Lord Talent Notification, your loots have been enhanced by the King of Loots, Perfect Loots. Grade +1. Title Hint, your loots have been affected by the title of the strongest lord. The number of loots has increased by 150%. Lord Talent Notification, you have obtained Perfect Loots, 450 Divine Crystals, Master God Tier, 250 million Origin Crystals, 3 Law Skills, Lord of Tyranny, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, 3 Law Skills, Decisive Mind, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, 3 Divine Artifacts Eye of the Twilight Giant, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 3 Divine Artifacts Crown of Original Sin, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 3 Divine Artifacts Heart of the World, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 3. Skill Books, Fallen God Battlefield, True God Tier Advanced Grade, 3 Skill Books, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, 1, Book of the God Spirit, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, 1 Lord Talent Origin Crystal, Legendary Tier, 13 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Legendary Tier. Zhou was pleasantly surprised to see so many loots. Good God! There was no need to mention True God Tier Divine Artifacts. Most importantly, there were also Master God Tier Divine Crystals, Law Skills, Skill Books, and the Book of the God Spirit. Even his Epic Tier Lord Talent had become Legendary Tier Lord Talent. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a true God Tier corpse, the spoils of war did not disappoint him. He began to check the information of these loots. First was the Law Skill. Law Skill Name, Lord of Tyranny, Law Skill Quality, Master God Tier Advanced Grade, Introduction to Law Skills, manipulate the power of tyrannical laws to make yourself the master of laws within a certain radius. If you are in a boundless universe, you can even directly and temporarily replace the world will of the boundless universe and make your own will become the will of the world. Leading the world to distortion of tyrannical laws during the period of becoming a master of laws, the Lord of Tyranny's all-round abilities and quality had increased by 100%. Within the domain, the Tyrant Lord could command the law with his words and was immune to attacks from the Master God Tier Intermediate Grade and below. All living beings within the range of the laws of the Lord of Tyranny, as long as their strength was below the Master God Tier level, their lives would be at the whim of the Lord of Tyranny. The Lord of Tyranny could even turn all living beings within the range of the laws into his fanatic believers with a thought. What a powerful Lord of Tyranny! Using one's own will to replace the world's will, one's words become law, and one is immune to attacks at the level of a Master God Tier. With a thought, one's life is no longer under one's control, as expected of a Master God Tier law skill. Zhou clicked his tongue. He found it hard to imagine what a battle at the Master God Tier level was like. He didn't hesitate and directly took out a book to study. Even though it was a Master God Tier Advanced Grade nomological skill, Zhou had learned it now. Without increasing his strength, he could at most unleash the power of a high-tier deity level with the chaotic sacred power. But it was enough. He gathered his thoughts. Zhou looked at the next law skill. Law skill name, Decisive Mind, Law skill quality, Master God tier advanced grade, Introduction to the law skills. The God spirit that masters the decisive mind can temporarily replace the will of all living beings with their own will, and control all living beings to act. This is an extreme army heart law skill. Zhou exclaimed. Then, he immediately started learning. As for the remaining 2 books, Decisive Mind, Zhou planned to see who could make a great contribution in the future and give them to the other party as a reward. Right on the heels of that, Zhou looked at the 9 true God-tier divine artifacts. The first was the true God-tier advanced grade divine artifact, Eye of the Twilight Giant. The Eye of the Twilight Giant was a fiery red pendant. The most important part of the pendant was a gem in the shape of a flaming eye that seemed to be burning with scarlet flames. It carried a strong sense of doomsday destruction. Divine artifact name, Eye of the Twilight Giant, Divine artifact grade, True God tier advanced grade, Divine artifact law 1, the Stare of the Twilight Giants, activate the Eye of the Twilight Giant. Gaze on any existence below the true God tier and it can make the other party irresistibly decline, collapse, and die. Divine artifact law 2, the Rule of Doom, the Eye of the Twilight Giant contains the powerful Rule of Doom. The self-exploding Eye of the Twilight Giant can cause huge damage to the foundation of any world, and the creatures and gods born in its world will also be destroyed. You will inevitably suffer minor or serious injuries, or even death. Divine Artifact Law 3, Summon the Twilight Giant, carry the Eye of the Twilight Giant, and it will lead the bearer to find other body parts of the Twilight Giant. After reuniting all the body parts of the Twilight Giant, the bearer can summon the Twilight Giant in myths and legends, and can command the Twilight Giant to bring a world and all the creatures and gods it gave birth to its end. Prompt, it can be bound to the soul. As expected of true God-tier divine artifacts. Zhou clicked his tongue. Chapter 829 Crown of Original Sin. Heart of the World. Book of the God Spirit, Juggernaut of the Abyss. Then, Zhou could not help but get excited. With this Eye of the Twilight Giant, he would have a treasure that could deal with a true God tier. In the future, when he faced true God tier or even true God tier advance, he would not be too afraid. He immediately treated it as one of his most crucial and useful trump cards and placed it in his king's treasure box. Then, he looked at the second true God tier advance grade divine artifact, Crown of Original Sin. Divine artifact name, Crown of Original Sin, Divine artifact grade, True God tier advance grade, Divine artifact law 1, God of Original Sin. Creatures wearing the Crown of Original Sin can freely use gluttony, greed, laziness, envy, pride, lust, and anger. They are the skills and law skills true God tier advanced grade of the 7 original sins. Divine artifact law 2, Heart of Original Sin. Creatures wearing the Crown of Original Sin can easily understand the secrets of the law of original sin, and break through the realm of strength, without being limited by their own potential, until they reach the level of the true God. Divine artifact law 3, Prison of Original Sin. The crown jewel of the Crown of Original Sin contains a prison space of original sin. The prison space of original sin can imprison any sinful creature at the level above or below the true God, and after being forcibly tamed in the prison for a period of time, it can be a mark is imprinted on his soul, thus taking him under his wing and making him never betray. Prompt, it can be bound to the soul. Zhou looked at the attributes of this true God-tier divine artifacts and then lost interest. Firstly, he did not walk the path of the original sin. Secondly, he did not need the so-called potential. Thirdly, wasn't his Lord talent in the peaceful times 100 times better than the original sin prison? In the future, I can sell it to humans or people of foreign races or exchange it for other divine artifacts that are useful to me. Zhou thought about the use of the Crown of Original Sin in the future. Then, he looked at the last true God tier advanced grade divine artifact. Divine artifact name, Heart of the World, divine artifact grade, true God tier advanced grade, divine artifact law, source of law, the heart of the world is the core of a world, and it is the source of all laws. Creatures cultivated near the heart of the world, the understanding of the law plus 100%. Divine artifact law 2, heart of the world, the heart of the world is the core of a world, and it is the source of all laws. Creatures cultivated near the heart of the world, the understanding of the law plus 100%. Prompt, it can be bound to the soul. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows in surprise. The heart of the world was quite useful. He thought about it and made a decision. These 3 true God tier advanced grade heart of the world he would keep one and use it as a supplementary divine artifact to comprehend the laws in the time world. When the time comes, when Zhou Zhou and his subordinates were comprehending the nomological laws, he directly placed a heart of the world in his main bodies, increasing the efficiency of him and his subordinates comprehending the nomological laws. As for the other 2 hearts of the world, Zhou Zhou didn't hesitate and directly threw them into the small world in his heart. When the 2 true God tier advanced grade world cores were thrown into the small world in his heart, Zhou Zhou, as the Lord of the world, almost immediately felt that the 2 hearts of the world began to continuously release strange energies into his small world. After this strange energy appeared in his small world, it began to be quickly absorbed by his small world. At this moment, Zhou Zhou felt that the speed of his small world's growth had increased by thousands of times. As expected of a true God tier advanced grade treasure. With these 2 hearts of the world, it won't be long before the small world in my heart grows into a true small world. He nodded in satisfaction. Normally speaking, the original spirit race's small world would need at least tens of thousands of years, or the original spirit race would have to become a high-tier deity-level existence before it could grow into a small world. A true God tier was promoted to a middle world. Master God tier would have advanced to the boundless universe. Like him. Before he became a high-tier deity level or even a god, the small world in his body was about to grow into a minor kiliacosm. Even if there were, it was extremely rare. Satisfied, he looked at the skill of the next Master God tier advanced grade. Skill name, Fallen God Battlefield, Skill quality, Master God tier advanced grade, Skill description, turn the surrounding area, or even the entire world, into a forbidden fallen god battlefield. In the fallen god battlefield, the user's strength would increase by 10%. Moreover, for every god spirit that died, the user's strength would increase by 10% to 100%. After casting the fallen god battlefield, unless it was a supreme god realm, existences below the Master God tier advanced grade would not be able to escape from the fallen god battlefield. The divine power in the bodies of the gods on the fallen god battlefield will continuously be lost and controlled by the user. The predecessor of the fallen god battlefield should be the method used by these 3 demon gods to trap Bai He. Zhou Zhou thought after seeing this skill. Then, he put it away. The grade of this skill was too high. He could not use it at the moment. He might not even be able to use it for a long time. He could give it to other life forms. For example, the Extreme World Honored Dragon or the Dark Holy Dragon, they should be interested. Then, he looked at the Master God tier advanced grade Book of Divinity. Treasure name, Book of the God Spirit, Treasure grade, Master God tier advanced grade, Treasure effect, a mythical tier book that records the path of the Abyss Juggernaut. After using it, one can embark on the path of becoming an Abyss Juggernaut. Treasure description, Book of God Inheritance. After using it, you can walk on a smooth path to becoming a god, but whether you can really become a god in the end depends on the user himself. Juggernaut of the Abyss, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. It sounded like an impressive god spirit path. At this moment, he was even a little tempted to grasp this path to becoming a god. At most, he would cultivate another god spirit path apart from the Lord's law. Zhou Zhou was already used to such things. He calmed down. I'll ask Bodhi Supreme later. Zhou Zhou thought to himself, as for the final legendary tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, Zhou Zhou planned to take a look after conquering the New Wind Demon Kingdom. He then extracted the corpse of the Queen of Spiders, Lorsi, and the Immortal King, Orcus. After dissecting the two corpses, Zhou Zhou obtained 3 types of 9 intermediate true God tier divine artifacts and 4 types of 12 elementary grade true God tier divine artifacts. There were 750 Master God tier divine crystals, 12 Master God tier law skills, 2 intermediate Master God tier Book of the God Spirit, 18 Black Iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments, and more than 50 true God tier materials, potions, and other items. I only borrowed 4 divine artifacts and gave him a true God tier Undying God. In exchange for 30 true God tier divine artifacts and a large number of true God tier and Master God tier treasures. This deal is really profitable. In the future, I can lend more divine artifacts or other treasures to human experts. I don't need anything else. As long as the other party gives me the corpse they obtained. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that this was a profitable deal. He was prepared to tell Temple Lord Bai He about it. With his current status as a member of the human race's Supreme Council and his close relationship with the highest level of the human race, it shouldn't be difficult to do this. After that, he did not waste any time. He got Bai Yun to summon the army and prepare to head to the New Wind Demon Kingdom. Chapter 8:30 Towards the New Wind Demon Kingdom. Void Formation. The New Wind Demon Kingdom was not far from the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Even the previous Starry Night could take a day to reach the location of the New Wind Demon Kingdom, let alone the more advanced galaxy. Therefore, when Zhou Zhou led more than 2 billion troops and gods to set off, they arrived at the location of the New Wind Fiend Nation in less than a moment. On a dry land that was dry and cracked, 10 galaxy ships that were in the state of spatial concealment were hovering in the sky. In the galaxy in the lead, Zhou Zhou stood inside the virtual outdoor mode and looked out at the cloudless, scorching sky. He even asked Li Huiyue beside him. Is the New Wind Kingdom here? That's right. Right here. Even though Li Huiyue had experienced many hardships in her life and could no longer easily show her emotions, she still couldn't help but look excited when she returned to her hometown. She forcefully appeased her emotions before explaining, currently, the New Wind Demon Kingdom is in the Wind King barrier. Therefore, you can't see anything from the outside. Zhou Zhou nodded. He was a little surprised. This Wind King barrier formation was indeed extraordinary. He had mastered many spatial law skills, but he actually could not sense where the array formation of this mid-tier deity-level advanced grade was. Only when he held the sword of new dimension creation could he clearly sense that in the space above his head, there was a clear outline of a spatial barrier. There seemed to be a strange world sealed inside. Teacher Li. You can open the barrier now. Zhou Zhou said. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Li Huiyue nodded excitedly. Her Majesty had brought a total of 2 billion god spirits and all 10 god spirits to conquer the New Wind Demon Kingdom. With such a shocking lineup, it was naturally easy for them to face the New Wind Demon Kingdom, which only had more than 50 million troops at its peak. Therefore, she wasn't worried about what danger Her Majesty and the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom would encounter after opening the Wind King barrier. On the contrary, at this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude. His Majesty was too good to an old woman like her. Unfortunately, His Majesty didn't have any feelings for Bao Xiu'er, and she was very willing to matchmake them. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Li Huiyue's mind, but she quickly abandoned these thoughts. She took a deep breath and flew out of the galaxy. Just as she was floating in the sky, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. It was Zhou Zhou's voice. Teacher Li. Now, the New Wind Kingdom has fallen into the hands of the devils. If you open the barrier and let me crusade against the New Wind Demon Kingdom, it will definitely cause the deaths of many living beings in the New Wind Demon Kingdom, including your king father, queen mother, relatives, friends, and citizens. Actually, with this Wind King barrier, even if I don't crusade against the new Wind Demon Kingdom, it won't affect the living beings outside the barrier. It's fine to keep it, and no one will blame you. Are you really ready? Li Huiyue, who was high in the sky, was stunned. Then, she turned to look at Zhou Zhou and met his calm and bright eyes that were as bright as the stars. She stroked the silver hair by her ear, her eyes shining with tears. She sent a determined voice transmission. King Father, Queen Mother, and the citizens of New Wind will understand my choice. Zhou Zhou did not say anything and only nodded slightly. Li Huiyue nodded gently as well. Then, she stretched out her right hand and saw traces of blood fly out from her palm. Then, she began to condense the blood key to open the Wind King barrier. Zhou Zhou looked at it for a few seconds before calling Bai Yun over. Your Majesty. Bai Yun came behind Zhou Zhou. How long can the sacred redemption medicine restore the fog monster to a normal life form? Zhou Zhou asked. The current second-generation sacred redemption medicine can at most become a fog monster for about 10 years and return to its previous state. Any more than that, it won't work. However, the master alchemists of the Alchemist Union have been researching this topic. They should be able to develop sacred redemption medicine with better effects in the future. Before coming, Bai Yun had brought a large number of Dark Walker's secret medicines with her, so she was very familiar with these secret medicines. Therefore, when Zhou Zhou asked, she answered without hesitation. 10 years. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He felt that it was a pity. According to what Li Huiyue had told him, the New Wind Kingdom had gradually become the New Wind Demon Kingdom for more than 50 years. The second-generation sacred redemption medicine obviously could not restore the citizens of New Wind to their former state. Zhou Zhou whispered something into Bai Yun's ear. Then, Bai Yun said yes with a slightly red face and turned to leave to convey Zhou Zhou's orders. Zhou Zhou stood on the spot and watched Li Huiyue condense the blood key in the distance. Soon, with Li Huiyue's blood key completed, the former princess sent the blood key into the void in front of her. The next second, ripples suddenly appeared in the void in front of her. Then, a silver spatial teleportation array slowly appeared. Void formation. As expected of the former advanced kingdom. It does have a foundation. Zhou Zhou exclaimed in surprise when he saw this. The formation of the void was not something that ordinary array masters could do. This was because it involved the technique of setting up an array without a medium. And the most crucial requirement to be able to set up an array without a medium was that the array master must have a certain understanding of the laws of array formations. Only an array master who had comprehended the laws of array formations could form an array formation in the void without the materials to set up an array formation. Which meant, in the past, the New Wind Kingdom had either invited a god-tier array master to set up this array formation for their kingdom. Either that, or their kingdom had a god-tier array master. Zhou Zhou was inclined to the former. After all, god-tier array masters were existences that even empire-level lord factions yearned for. Ordinary kingdom-level lord factions, even advanced kingdom lord factions, would find it difficult to have a god-tier array master. At this moment, Li Huiyue, who had opened the entrance of the Wind King barrier, also flew back. Your Majesty, this is an escape tunnel that only our royal family knows about. The main reason I was able to escape from the infernal domain was because of this secret passage. The security of it should be trustworthy because this escape tunnel had yet to be discovered when I escaped from the New Wind Demon Kingdom a year ago. There's not much chance of being discovered now. Li Huiyue said. Zhou Zhou nodded and waved at the generals behind him without looking back. He ordered in a deep voice, everyone, listen up. Prepare to enter the Wind King barrier. All soldiers, prepare for battle in case of any accidents. Yes, Your Majesty. The generals said in unison. Then, the 10 galaxy ships flew towards the entrance of the Wind King barrier in unison and quickly entered the Wind King barrier before disappearing. Chapter 831 Strange New Wind Demon Kingdom Inside the Wind King Barrier. After everyone entered, they discovered that this was actually a wind element energy passageway formed by dense wind. However, the wind element here was very gentle and did not affect the galaxy's flight at all. Wu Tu volunteered to explore the situation ahead. After Zhou Zhou gave his permission, he and Yuan Song, who had just joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom, led a team of cartographers and some legendary tier professionals to fly forward on a galaxy and quickly disappeared from their sight. A moment later, they returned. Your Majesty, we've just roughly investigated the situation here. Even though this new Wind Demon Kingdom has more than 50 million fog monster soldiers on the surface, in fact, there are about 1 billion fog monsters, including the subjects that have transformed into fog monsters in the new Wind Demon Kingdom. However, other than soldiers, most of the fog monsters transformed from civilians are very weak. Most of them are only black iron tier and green bronze tier, there are only a few of white silver tier. However, there will also be some fog monsters transformed from epic tier and legendary tier non-soldier combat professionals and subjects, nonetheless, there are very few of them. There won't be more than 100 of them. Also, we just found the life signals of 3 low-tier deity-level god spirits in the new Wind Demon Kingdom through Galaxy's radar. Other than that, there's also a wind element legendary tier pure-blooded dragon here. In the entire new Wind Demon Kingdom, it's the only one that hasn't been transformed into a fog monster. In addition, we also discovered the new Wind Kingdom's armory, the kingdom's treasury, the divine herb garden, the inheritance tower, and many other locations where the kingdom's resources might be stored. This is a map of the geographical location. Wu Tu reported and handed Zhou Zhou a map of the new Wind Demon Kingdom that he had just drawn. Zhou Zhou took it. When he first looked at it, his eyes were filled with obvious surprise. Because in his conjecture, he felt that the new Wind Demon Kingdom should exist in a continent in the sky. There were all kinds of strange terrains in the myriad worlds. A continent in the sky was not a rare terrain. However, when he saw the geographical map of the new Wind Demon Kingdom, he realized that he was wrong. This was because the new Wind Demon Kingdom was actually made up of rooms, shops, buildings, and even palaces that floated in the air. These buildings did not even have their own land. They just floated in the sky with the rich wind element. Moreover, it was orderly and not chaotic. It had a unique civilized architectural style. One of the most obvious characteristics of the wind was freedom. But here, Zhou Zhou could actually see traces of the characteristics of all things from these wind elements. The architectural style of your new Wind Kingdom is really novel and unique. Zhou Zhou praised Li Huiwei. That's true. My king father told us a long time ago that our new Wind Kingdom is a country blessed by the god of wind. Perhaps the former new Wind Kingdom was inferior to the Blazing Sun Kingdom in many aspects. However, in terms of how to develop the wind element, even some empire-level lords might not be stronger than our new Wind Kingdom. Li Huiyu's aged face revealed a hint of pride. However, when she thought of the current situation of the new Wind Demon Kingdom, her expression darkened again. What about the legendary tier dragon with wind attribute? Zhou Zhou asked. That wind god dragon is the guardian divine dragon of our new Wind Kingdom. Its name is Cessier. It has been in the new Wind Kingdom for a long time. It seems that Cessier existed when the new Wind Kingdom was first established. Your Majesty, don't worry about it. Cessier knows my new wind bloodline. With me around, Cessier won't attack us. Li Huiwei hurriedly said. She wasn't worried that Cessier would hurt the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Instead, she was worried that the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom would accidentally injure Cessier. That wouldn't be good. Cessier might be strong, but it was only average in front of the experts of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The New Wind Kingdom is interesting. Zhou looked interested. He originally thought that this trip was just an ordinary crusade. It was only an advanced kingdom after all. Even though Zhou had never fought it, with his current strength, even if it was an empire-level lord faction, he and his Blazing Sun Kingdom might not lose. Not to mention an advanced kingdom. However, he did not expect this. The New Wind Kingdom had really given him some surprises. After entering the New Wind Demon Kingdom, take down all the subjects of the New Wind Demon Kingdom as soon as possible. If you see Teacher Li Huiyu's king father, mother, relatives, and friends, try your best to capture them alive. Zhou ordered. 4. 2 billion Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers plus 10 powerful Blazing Sun Kingdom god spirits vs more than 1 billion New Wind Demon Kingdom citizens plus 3 low-tier deity-level god spirits. With such a huge difference in strength, it naturally gave Zhou the confidence to capture the other party alive. He was looking forward to the future development of the sacred redemption medicine. Especially after obtaining the statue of the Yellow Emperor's ancestor, he was even more confident in his anticipation. Maybe one day, the talents in his territory could develop the sacred redemption medicine that would return to its previous life form after becoming a fog monster for a long time. When the time comes, Li Huiyu's king father and queen mother would be able to return to normal and reunite with their daughter. Zhou was not a saint. However, as long as it was within his capabilities, he naturally hoped that his subjects would be happier. Thank you, Your Majesty. After hearing Zhou's order, Li Huiyue was very touched. This meant that her loyalty was already dead loyal and could not increase anymore. Otherwise, if Zhou became a god spirit now, she would be able to directly advance from a dead loyal citizen to a fanatic believer. Zhou smiled and did not say anything else. However, Li Huiyue had already silently engraved His Majesty's kindness in her heart. A moment later, they flew out of the wind elemental passageway. As soon as they came out of the passageway, Zhou and the others felt the scarlet fog that covered the sky and earth. It rushed towards them, as if it wanted to turn ordinary life forms like them into fog monsters. Facing this scene, a layer of black membrane appeared on the surface of all the soldiers' bodies other than Zhou. With the ability of the Dark Walker, they easily blocked the invasion of the scarlet fog. As for Zhou, he did not even need to use the black membrane. He only needed the chaotic sacred power in his body to cover his body, and the scarlet fog would not be able to advance an inch. This chaotic sacred power has many other abilities that can be developed. Zhou was deep in thought when he saw this. At this moment, roar. Die. Bang. Bang. Bang, the fog monsters of the New Wind Demon Kingdom seemed to have discovered Zhou and company. It had been countless years since they had seen a normal life form. It was as if they had seen a delicacy. They held all kinds of weapons and flew towards them from the sky. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. The divine spirits and soldiers did not stand on ceremony. They led the army and charged towards the fog monsters in the New Wind Demon Kingdom. Half an hour later, after a one-sided battle, the entire New Wind Demon Kingdom gradually quietened down. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom began to clean up the battlefield. In front of Zhou and Li Huiyue stood two human fog monsters who were dressed in the sky blue king's and queen's clothes and emitting scarlet fog. They were Li Huiyu's king father and queen mother. Chapter 832 New Wind Kingdom's Treasure Vault. Kingdom's Golden Monument. Zhou looked at the two fog monsters in front of him. The king of the New Wind Demon Kingdom, Li Anlin. The New Wind Demon King Queen, Yang Lan. Both of them only had the strength of a legendary tier advance grade. Facing Zhou Zhou's army and experts, they naturally had no resistance and were easily taken down. Then, they were bewitched by a legendary tier hero under his command and brought here. As for the 3 original New Wind God spirits who had been transformed into Scarlet God spirits, they were also easily destroyed by his subordinates. However, they only had legendary tier weapons and equipment, as well as a few inferior level materials. After being extracted by Zhou Zhou, he only obtained a few divine artifacts at the low-tier deity level and mid-tier deity level divine materials. It was better than nothing. At the side, Li Huiyue watched this scene in a daze. She had thought that Her Majesty would take down the New Wind Demon Kingdom very quickly. However, she did not expect it to be so fast. But thinking about it, it made sense. There was already a huge difference in strength. Under her persuasion, the Wind God Dragon did not attack the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Of course, even if it did, it would probably be useless. His Majesty used the incite defection again and directly incited 50 million soldiers to engage in internal strife. With the help of the 10 God spirits, in addition, the soldiers of the New Wind Demon Kingdom whom had almost forgotten how to use the war machines in the armory after being turned into fog monsters, the New Wind Demon Kingdom's counterattack was as laughable as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Teacher Li, my idea is to temporarily imprison the King Father and Queen Mother of yours. When the Alchemist Union develops a higher quality sacred redemption medicine in the future, we will be able to restore your King Father and Mother to their normal life form. Then, we will release them and reunite them with Teacher Li. What do you think, Teacher Li? Zhou Zhou said. Just now, the moment he took down this couple, he had already received a mission notification regarding the mission to conquer the New Wind Demon Kingdom, a mid-tier deity-level advanced grade hidden mission that had been completed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I can accept it. Li Huiyue immediately knelt down and greeted Zhou Zhou respectfully. This was already the best outcome for her. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he gently raised his hand. Li Huiyue stood up uncontrollably, causing her to look surprised. Then, he turned to look at the Wind God Dragon. It was a dragon that was about 1,000 meters long. Its entire body was greenish-blue, and there was a sky-blue dragon horn on its forehead. Its entire body emitted dense wind elemental energy, and at the same time, its body was covered in a layer of light green dragon armor. At this moment it was communicating with the Extreme Dragon and Nazario in a low voice. He could tell that Nazario and the others accepted this new dragon very quickly. Under the gazes of many of its clansmen, this Wind God Dragon was a little nervous and uneasy. It didn't look like fear. Instead, it looked like social phobia. Zhou Zhou walked over and stood in front of it. His body emitted the bloodline pressure of the light sacred dragon. Cessier, you are the guardian of the New Wind Kingdom's treasury. Bring me to the New Wind Kingdom's treasury. He said. In the face of the light sacred dragon's gentle and dignified bloodline pressure, Cessier was not so nervous. He was even a little close to Zhou Zhou. It nodded obediently and lowered its body, indicating that Zhou Zhou could climb onto its back. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he flew onto its back. Whoosh! Cessier's dragon wings flapped, and the wind elemental energy was like a docile child. It carried Cessier and Zhou Zhou into the sky and flew towards the center of the New Wind Demon Kingdom. Nazario and the Extreme Dragon looked at each other. Nazario, roar! I didn't expect this kid with thick eyebrows and big eyes to be a bootlicker. Extreme Dragon, roar! I also want to be ridden by His Majesty. Nazario. Ho ho! His Majesty's aura really makes the dragon god fall for him. The treasury of the New Wind Demon Kingdom was located in an invisible space in the middle of the New Wind Demon Kingdom. As the guardian of the kingdom's treasure vault, Cessier used the energy in its body to carve an opening seal and easily opened the kingdom's treasure vault. Then, it brought Zhou Zhou in. After entering the treasure vault, Zhou Zhou took a closer look and was immediately shocked. In the huge kingdom's treasury, there were as many as 10 mountains piled up with high-level mist cores. The total value was probably 40,000 to 50,000 legendary tier mist cores. It was 100 times better than the beginner kingdom. Zhou Zhou even saw more than 100 divine crystals and 5 divine spark fragments containing law skills placed in the treasure box. There were all kinds of high-level armor, high-level potions, rare class change certificates, rare materials, territory fusion certificates, special treasures, high-level elemental gems. There were all kinds of treasures, and the amount was huge. Zhou Zhou looked at them one by one, but he did not put them into his king's treasure box. Instead, he planned to transport all the soldiers back to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and store them in his kingdom's treasury for the territory's subjects to exchange for. He would treat it as increasing the kingdom's finances. As for his king's treasure box, Zhou Zhou had already decided that unless it was a top-grade treasure, such as a god-tier treasure, a true god-tier treasure, or even a master god-tier treasure, or a treasure that he urgently needed, he would not easily put it in his small vault. He looked all the way. Zhou Zhou unknowingly arrived at the last row of the kingdom's treasury. Then, he saw a dark golden kingdom golden tablet. He didn't even look at the endurance. He directly took out the sword of new dimension creation and poured his chaotic sacred power into it. Buzz, under the infusion of the chaotic sacred power, the sword of spacetime immediately emitted intense spatial fluctuations in all directions, evolving into countless spatial illusions, making the realm where Zhou Zhou was seem to have entered a spatial flux. Fear appeared in Cecier's eyes. However, when it saw that these spacetime illusions and spacetime fluctuations did not harm it, it heaved a sigh of relief. It even felt that this spacetime illusion was a little fun. Zhou Zhou ignored Cecier. He took a deep breath and slashed the kingdom's golden tablet. Crack! Under this sword, 1/3 of the kingdom's golden tablet turned into a large number of fragments and fell to the ground. Surprise flashed across Zhou Zhou's eyes. Even though he did not use the king just now and only used his chaotic sacred power and the sword of spacetime, the power of his sword was comparable to the full-strength attack of an ordinary high-tier deity-level god spirit. He did not expect that he would not be able to shatter this high-level kingdom's golden tablet with a single strike. If a legendary tier expert came, they probably wouldn't be able to break the skin of this kingdom's golden tablet even after a year. The supreme will is indeed not simple. Zhou Zhou did not mind and slashed twice more. With a loud bang and the sound of the kingdom's golden tablet shattering, 3 tokens appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. They were the legendary intermediate grade territory token, the legendary tier regional token, and the new Wind Kingdom's epic tier advanced grade kingdom token. Chapter 833 True God Tier Dragon Bone. Wind Divine Source Embryo. At this stage, the sword of new dimension creation is most suitable for me. Let's not use the other true god tier intermediate grade or advanced grade divine artifacts for now. I can't even unleash the greatest power of the sword of new dimension creation after all, let alone other more powerful divine artifacts. If I forcefully use it, the gains won't make up for the losses. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the 3 tokens and he was slightly surprised. The capital of the new Wind Kingdom is actually a legendary tier territory. No wonder the natural energy here is so dense. If an ordinary person lives here, even if they don't have an extraordinary tier class and don't undergo any cultivation, their physique will probably be comparable to the lowest black iron tier professionals. Then, his gaze landed on the epic tier advanced grade kingdom token and he nodded in satisfaction. With this epic tier advanced grade kingdom token, his Blazing Sun Kingdom's upgrade to an advanced kingdom would fulfill another condition. Then, he put away the 3 tokens and went to the wall at the back of the kingdom's treasury. The walls were gray, but they were abnormally sturdy. It seemed natural for such a sturdy wall to be used to protect the kingdom's treasure vault. If Zhou Zhou had not completed the mission, he might have thought so, but he did. With a flip of his right hand, a complete sky-blue divine spark appeared in his hand. Moreover, it was a true god-tier divine spark. If someone obtained it, they might be able to comprehend a true god-tier inheritance. Unfortunately, the divine power inside it had already disappeared. All that was left was an empty shell. This was the mission reward he had obtained after completing the quest to crusade the new Wind Demon Kingdom. It was not only an empty shell of the divine spark without divine power, but also a key to finding the true lost treasure of the new Wind Kingdom. At this moment, Zhou Zhou held the empty shell of the divine spark and looked at the sturdy wall in front of him. He had a strange feeling. The lost treasure was hidden in the wall. Beside him, the wind god dragon Cessier was originally curiously sizing up the surrounding spacetime illusions. However, when Zhou Zhou took out the empty shell of the divine spark, its gaze immediately landed on the empty shell and it did not move. Zhou Zhou also noticed this scene, but he didn't say anything. He just gently pushed his hand forward. The next second, a sky-green and bright silver elemental vortex gradually appeared on the gray wall in front of him. This spatial teleportation array. It's a little similar to the spatial teleportation array we came in from. Zhou Zhou's eyes flickered. Then, he sensed his body and realized that he did not trigger danger prediction and talent intuition. He stepped in without hesitation. The wind god dragon looked at the elemental vortex in a daze. Its heart was a little restless, as if something was summoning it. This feeling made it nervous and apprehensive. There was even some pain that came out of nowhere. It was as if some deeply hidden memories were about to surge into its mind. Unknowingly, it also crossed this elemental vortex. After an uncomfortable flight, Zhou Zhou walked out of the elemental passage. Then, he quickly saw something and his gaze froze. In the distant void, there was actually a huge dragon bone that was 1,000,000 meters long. The dragon bone should have been here for a long time, but even so, it still gathered majestic wind and spatial divine power around its body, causing the dragon bone to still have the residual power of the dragon god even though it had died many years ago. Zhou Zhou looked at it and a text notification appeared. Item name, Dragon God of Heavenly Wind, Kika's Skeleton, Item level, True God Tier Elementary Grade, Item effect, a complete True God Tier Dragon Bone. It is a true God tier material with wind attributes and rare spatial attributes. It has extremely high practical value and collection value. Item description: 2,000 years ago, the dragon god of heavenly wind, Kika accidentally consumed a true God tier advanced grade ingredient, the wind god origin crystal. Kika originally wanted to use it as a supplement, but the wind god origin crystal absorbed all the divine power in its body and became a supplement for the wind god origin crystal. Before it died, Kika put its child and its empty divine spark together, and then its divine power was exhausted and it died. Decades later, the first king of the new Wind Kingdom passed by the place where Kika died. By chance, he obtained Kika's corpse and its remains. Then, he used this unexpected wealth to establish the powerful new Wind Kingdom. Until the mist source descended, no one discovered the secret of the new Wind Kingdom's rise. I see, Zhou Zhou was speechless. He did not expect the founding of the new Wind Kingdom to have such a secret. He glanced at Cessier, who was staring blankly at the huge dragon bone. This guy should be the child of this Kika, dragon god of heavenly wind. No wonder this little guy stayed here and did not go out. It was probably still yearning for its mother's aura here. Zhou Zhou didn't think too much about it. His gaze landed on the dragon god of heavenly wind's dragon bone again. He looked at it thoughtfully. What was that wind god origin crystal? It could actually suck a true god tier to death. Suddenly, Zhou Zhou's pupils constricted slightly as he subconsciously tightened his grip on the sword of new dimension creation. This was because in his vision, there was actually a magical crystal that was intertwined with bright silver light in the sky wind dragon god's dragon head bones. It was hidden in the interlayer of space. Zhou Zhou might not have discovered it if not for the sword of new dimension creation in his hand. This was not what surprised Zhou Zhou the most. What surprised Zhou Zhou the most was, he could actually sense the aura of life from the mysterious crystal. Could that be the Wind God Origin Crystal? Zhou Zhou had some guesses. He pondered for a moment and flew over without hesitation to the Sky Wind Dragon God's dragon head bone. Just as he was about to do something, Cecier suddenly flew in front of him and looked at him firmly. Even though it knew that this human in front of it was very strong and that he had a bloodline that even it was afraid of, but it also had its reasons for not backing down. Zhou Zhou looked at Cecier in front of him and could not help but feel a little helpless. If I had known earlier, I would have made you my subject. Now you're making me look like a villain. He took a deep breath and said seriously, move aside. I'm not being rude to your mother's corpse. I just want to take something from its body. Cecier was stunned. It hesitated for a few seconds before finally giving way. For some reason, it felt that it could trust the other party. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else when he saw this. He raised his hand and waved. The magical crystal hidden in the interlayer of space flew out and landed in his hand. Zhou Zhou looked at the crystal in his hand and a text notification appeared. Treasure name, Wine Divine Source Embryo, Treasure Grade, True God Tier Advanced Grade, Treasure Effect, a sleeping divine fetus sleeping with true God Tier Dragon Soul. After it recognizes its master is fed divine crystals by its master until it reaches a certain stage, the master will obtain a dragon with the potential of a true God Tier. Furthermore, he can quickly grow to the true God Tier. Treasure description, a dragon fetus formed by accident. There is a dragon god soul sleeping inside that died unwillingly. Chapter 834 Wind God Dragon, Cecier joins. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at the Wind God source embryo. Could it be that the source embryo inside is the dragon god of heavenly wind? Isn't this just a pet egg? He clicked his tongue in wonder. He looked at Cecier, who was not far away. Cecier's attention did not seem to be on the Wind God source embryo in Zhou Zhou's hand at all. He was like a child, leaning against the dragon god of heavenly wind's dragon bone. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and first dripped a drop of blood on its surface to make it recognize him as its master. Then, he sensed that there was an enfeebled spiritual force in the wind god source embryo that was transmitting the idea of needing divine crystals to him. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm as he threw a low-grade divine crystals into the wind god source embryo to test the waters. This low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals easily fused into the wind god source embryo. It only lit up slightly before calming down. Not enough. Not enough. His divine sense called out longingly. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. He was also a big eater. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and simply took out a piece of Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals and placed it in the Wind God Source embryo. The next second, the Wind God Source embryo suddenly released an astonishing sky blue light and a bright silver light, firmly attaching this Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals to the surface of his body. However, no matter how it absorbed the divine crystals, this divine crystal, which was of a Master God Tier Advanced Grade, could not be absorbed by it. After working hard for a long time, the Wind God Source embryo helplessly released its absorption of the divine crystals and sent a thought to Zhou Zhou. Too big, too big. Zhou Zhou, he put away this Master God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystal, then took out another true God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystal and placed it on this Wind God Source embryo. This time, he saw that the Wind God Source embryo took about 10 seconds to slowly and firmly absorb this true God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals into its body. After completely absorbing it, its surface began to emit a faint sky blue and silver light. It looked a little magical. I'm full. I'm going to sleep. Zhou Zhou, looks like feeding a true God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Crystals in a short period of time is enough and it can't absorb any more. He placed it into his king's treasure box thoughtfully. The king's treasure box was essentially a dead realm. It was equivalent to a Dharma-ending realm without life forms. It could also accommodate creatures to survive, but there was not much energy in the air. He looked at Cecir. Cecir, I have something to ask you. Cecir turned around and looked at Zhou in confusion. What are your plans for the future? Do you want to continue staying here with your mother, or do you want to leave this place and go your own way? This place has already become my territory. If you're willing to stay by your mother's side, you can join this king's kingdom. This king will bestow this place to you as your fief. You can become the lord of this area and stay here with a good reputation. If you want to leave this place and travel the myriad worlds, you don't have to worry about your mother's safety. This place has been nurtured by your mother's divine power for countless years. It's already an excellent graveyard. It's very suitable for your mother's corpse to rest here. After you leave, they'll send my soldiers here to guard this place. At the same time, they'll set up a spatial teleportation array to facilitate mutual support. At that time, you don't have to worry about the safety of your mother's corpse. Of course. If you choose the former and want to change your mind in the future, you can come straight to me. I'll send troops to take over this place when the time comes. Zhou said. A true god-tier dragon bone was precious. If he knew a true god-tier undead archmage, he might be able to modify a bone dragon with true god-tier combat power. However, it was neither precious nor precious because no matter how valuable it was at most equivalent to a true god-tier divine artifact in Zhou's hands. Therefore, Zhou was not obsessed with taking this dragon bone away. There was another important reason. The reason why the new Wind Demon Kingdom could become a city in the sky was that even the subjects of the new Wind Kingdom in the past had mastered the ability to fly. Even when babies were born, they had wind and spatial stats talents. The fundamental reason was this true god-tier dragon bone. While the dragon bone used its divine power to protect Cecir, it also silently changed the physique of the new wind subjects, giving them extraordinary tier abilities and talents. This was also why Li Huiyue said that their new wind kingdom was blessed by the god of wind. To a certain extent, that was indeed the case. Zhou wanted to keep the dragon bone here and maintain its original appearance. Firstly, he did not want to destroy this legendary tier territory. Secondly, he wanted to use it as a talent cultivation base in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. With the environment here, a large number of talents would definitely be born. After hearing Zhou's words, confusion and yearning flashed across Cecir's eyes. It had never seen the so-called scenery of the myriad worlds before since it had been living here since it was born until now. As a wind elemental dragon, its nature was originally to yearn for the sky and freedom. However, it was imprisoned in this so-called city in the sky. This was because only the royal family of the new Wind Kingdom knew about the secret passage that Li Huiyue knew about. Even though it was the kingdom's guardian, it wasn't of royal blood, so it couldn't pass through. In such an environment, even though Cecir had its mother accompanying it, there were times when it felt unbearable and would roar at the sky. This was the home of its mother. But wasn't it also its prison? Cecir wants to leave this place. Cecir wants to see the outside world. After a moment of silence, Cecir suddenly roared and transmitted his voice. Then join my kingdom and become my subject. Zhou said calmly. Wind God Dragon, Cecir greets your majesty. Cecir did not hesitate to greet Zhou the way dragon gods greets with respect. This was the highest etiquette of the dragon race. As the possessor of the legendary dragon bloodline, Zhou deserved to be treated like this. Zhou acknowledged. From today onwards, you are a member of the Dragon God Army. There are many dragons in the Dragon God Army. You won't feel lonely there. In the future, this king's footprints will spread throughout the myriad worlds. I can satisfy your desire for freedom. He smiled. It was a beautiful picture. Whether it could be achieved or not was another matter. He had to paint it for Cessier first. Cessier's eyes lit up. Even though it had social phobia, deep down, it also yearned to make friends and have the joy of friends. This was not contradictory. After that, Zhou and Cessier left and returned to the surface. At this moment, Bai Yun and the others had already finished cleaning up the battlefield and were waiting for his orders. Zhou looked at them and then at the sky city covered in scarlet fog. He could not help but fall into deep thought. The mist source had completely integrated with the laws of this area, turning this place into a scarlet land. It was impossible to dispel the scarlet fog here. Fortunately, the people in their territory were all dark walkers. Otherwise, they would not be able to use this place as a talent cultivation base. Build a spatial teleportation array here and get the kingdom to send some soldiers to guard this place. From today onwards, this is the secret talent cultivation base of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. No one is allowed to leak about this place. Zhou ordered. Yes. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Zhou looked at the 4 billion soldiers and fell into deep thought. He felt that it would be very difficult to keep this place a secret. Never mind. It did not matter if it was a secret or not. At the very least, he had obtained a legendary tier territory. It was not a loss at all. After that, Zhou got the soldiers to plunder every inch of wealth in this area, including the wealth of the kingdom's treasure vault. Then, he left. Chapter 835 3 Scarlet Empire Soldier Types. Inside the Galaxy. Wind God Dragon Cessier stood in the virtual environment and stared blankly at the Wind King barrier that had long disappeared in the distance. You can come back after you take a leave of absence. Zhou's voice sounded. Then, he came to Cessier's side. Cessier nodded in confusion. This was the first time it had left the place where it was born and raised. It would be a lie to say that it was not nervous. Zhou was about to say something. At this moment, Wu Tu quickly walked in front of Zhou and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty. The Empire-level Scarlet Army that I told His Majesty about and the Kingdom-level Scarlet Army that they gathered have officially set off for the territory of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. According to the information sent by the intelligence personnel of my Heavenly Chart Army, this time, they brought a total of 12 Empire-level Scarlet Legions and more than 200 Kingdom-level Scarlet Legions. The total number of enemies has reached 5 billion. And, the 3 Empire-level Scarlet Corps in the lead are called Yellow Sky, Black Demon, and Magic God. Their Empire-level Scarlet Corps is completely made up of Empire-level soldier types. Just the number of soldiers of the Empire-level soldier type exceeds 1 billion. Wu Tu's tone was very solemn. The Scarlet Empire has really invested a lot this time. Zhou's expression turned serious. They had finally encountered the Empire-level Scarlet Army with their Empire-level soldier types. Strictly speaking, only an Empire with an Empire-level soldier type could be considered a qualified Empire-level Lord faction. An Empire-level Lord faction without an Empire-level soldier type was actually at the bottom of the empires. They basically had no status and would even be treated as a Kingdom-level Lord faction by some arrogant Empire-level Lord factions. What to do? The difference in combat strength between an Empire-level soldier type and a Kingdom-level soldier type was too great after all. An empire with an Empire-level soldier type could almost defeat an ordinary empire without an Empire-level soldier type. At this moment, Wu Tu sent a specific piece of information to Zhou's personal terminal. Zhou opened it and started reading. After a long time, he had just finished reading it. The Empire-level soldier type of the Yellow Sky Scarlet Empire is Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier. The Empire-level soldier type of the Black Demon Scarlet Empire is Soul-Absorbing Demon Spirit. The soldiers type of the Empire of the Magus God Scarlet Empire are Forbidden Mages. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. According to the information, the race of the Yellow Sky Scarlet Empire was a race called the Spirit of the Yellow Sky. The Spirit of the Yellow Heaven was a race with a high bloodline. Their racial talent made their comprehension ability especially high. Therefore, it was very easy for God Spirit-level experts to appear on the law path. However, even though their lower limit was high, their upper limit was average. Ever since the birth of the entire race, many low-tier to high-tier deity-level experts had appeared, but not a single true God-tier expert had appeared. Later on, it was the same even after it transformed into a scarlet fog monster. This made them an Empire-level Lord faction and unable to advance to a Divine Kingdom-level Lord faction. As for the Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier, it was changed from the Yellow Heaven Spirit. Their soldier-type power came from an item called a Yellow Talisman. The Yellow Talisman was the greatest inheritance of the race that the Spirit of the Yellow Heaven had developed. They carved their comprehension of Lord's Law on special yellow talismans, allowing them to obtain various nomological powers in advance before becoming God spirits. This made them look like the Shepherd's God race that had been weakened by thousands of times. However, the Shepherd's God race could master long-range, close combat, soul attacks, and other attacks. The nomological power of the Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers was all in their bodies and yellow talismans. This made their bodies extremely strong in close combat. Moreover, because they were energy bodies, they did not have any fatal weaknesses. Therefore, the Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers were considered famous among the many Empire-level close combat soldier types. However, other than being strong in close combat and having a strong body, the Yellow Talisman Dao soldier did not have any other advantages. And the Black Demon Scarlet Empire came from the Devil race in the Abyss. Their Empire-level soldier type, the soul-absorbing demon spirit, was also changed from a demon. They could bewitch life forms and make them fallen. They could obtain immense power by devouring the souls and unholy emotions of life forms. It was an extremely evil Empire soldier type. In the eyes of most races, it was an occupation that they hated the most. As for the Empire's soldiers type, forbidden mages, they were an Empire-level class that was even better than the Black Demon. They were a special class change for mages. By offering their faith to a group of indescribably terrifying god spirits, such mages obtained the magical knowledge of distorting taboos. Their methods were treacherous and twisted. They yearned for chaos. Some cruel methods such as blood sacrifice were simply the most common methods in the eyes of the forbidden mages. Therefore, they were also viewed as enemies by many races. However, no matter how hostile they were, the other races could not do much to this group of god spirits. That was because the strongest existence behind them was the Crimson Overlord. This group of enemies is not weak. Furthermore, the methods they are good at are also uncommon to me. Zhou Zhou thought with a heavy heart. On the surface, he remained calm. How long before they get to us? Zhou Zhou asked. They're advancing towards our blazing sun kingdom while getting the scarlet factions along the way to set up spatial teleportation arrays. According to our calculations, they will arrive tonight at the earliest. We'll be there by midnight at the latest. Wu Tu said. Zhou Zhou nodded. He felt that it was a pity. Originally, he thought that if the other party came late, he could ambush them in advance and weaken their strength. Perhaps he could even get the Empire-level soldier type class change certificate from the other party and use the Monster Ranch to greatly increase the strength of his soldiers. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't work. If that's the case, then let's deal with whatever comes our way. They have Empire-level soldier types. My Violent Storm Spirit and Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant are not bad either. Moreover, I have accumulated a large number of Faith Divine Crystals. It's enough to kill all my soldiers and revive them. In addition to the many trump cards in my hands. My chances of winning shouldn't be small. Zhou Zhou's eyes darkened, but he did not panic. Actually, His greatest confidence came from the fact that his danger prediction and talent intuition did not give him any hints of danger. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. But even so, it did not mean that he was absolutely safe. Danger prediction and talent intuition did not give him a hint of danger, but it did not necessarily mean that he could win. Even if he won in the end, the outcome might be a tragic victory. However, the outcome was that he did not die, so he did not trigger danger prediction and talent intuition. Therefore, before that, he had to make preparations and increase his strength. Only then could they have a higher chance of winning and minimize their losses. He already had some thoughts in his mind. When I get back, I'll go to the Night Temple and ask if I can invite a few human god spirits to help, then, I'll increase my Lord talent. It's been a long time since I improved my Lord talent. The Lord talent crystal fragments I've accumulated are enough for me to improve greatly. Zhou began to think, looking for more ways to increase his enhancement. Chapter 836 Starting to get help. A moment later, in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. After Zhou arrived, he immediately got the soldiers to rest and prepare for the battle that might happen tonight. He went straight to the Night Temple and found White River, who was working. What happened? When Baihe saw Zhou, he knew that Zhou wouldn't wander around for no reason, especially when he was dealing with a large number of matters. Therefore, he was certain that Zhou had something to discuss with him. 12 Empire-level Scarlet Legions and more than 200 Kingdom-level Scarlet Legions are coming to attack my Blazing Sun Kingdom. Their military strength should exceed 5 billion in total. Moreover, there are 3 Empire-level soldier types in 3 of the Empire-level Scarlet Army. I've come to ask for your help. Zhou said bluntly. Baihe, He was stunned. He really wanted to ask if he had offended the Crimson Overlord. However, he quickly reacted and frowned. Did you attract them because you helped us deal with the Fog Monster faction of the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire? There must be a reason for that. However, the other party might have heard of my territory and brought so many soldiers over. Zhou thought for a moment and said. The corners of Baihe's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Well, it was clearly a Lord faction that had just advanced to the Intermediate Kingdom, but there were already so many worshipped god spirits, and the number of soldiers had reached billions. The total number of troops of ordinary Empire-level Lord factions was not as much as yours. If they didn't find so many soldiers to deal with you, they might really be worried. The more Baihe thought about it, the more ridiculous it felt, so he decided not to think about it anymore. I'll convene the Supreme Council immediately. He immediately stood up. Then, he paused and looked at Zhou. Perfect. You can participate too. Consider it your first formal meeting since you became a member of Parliament. Okay. Zhou was stunned for a moment before nodding. A moment later, in the highest meeting room of the human race in the Night Temple. Zhou, Baihe, and 2 other high-tier deity-level god spirits from the Night Temple were sitting in front of a pitch-black round table. The pitch-black round table was very large. There were a total of 36 pitch-black chairs around it. At this moment, only 4 chairs were occupied. Baihe sat in one of the 5 main seats at the front. Beside, he sat 2 high-tier deity-level god spirits from the Night Temple. As a member of the human race who had just joined the Supreme Council, Zhou sat at the end. At this moment, even though the 2 high-tier deity-level god spirits of the Night Temple were sitting upright, they could not help but occasionally look at Zhou. As the god spirits of the Night Temple, they naturally knew about Zhou's reputation and deeds. It was precisely because of this that they found this King of the Blazing Sun even more unbelievable. He could actually do something that so many higher-ups of the human race found difficult to do. Coupled with the joint statement of His Excellency Patriarch Lu and His Excellency the Yellow Emperor today, allowing King of the Blazing Sun to join the Supreme Council of the human race. All the higher-ups of the human race, especially those who had joined the Supreme Council of the human race, were very curious about King of the Blazing Sun. Of course, when it came to Zhou Zhou joining the upper echelons of the human race, every upper echelons of the human race definitely had different thoughts. Some were happy, some approved, some were indifferent, and some were opposed and displeased. What to do? Who asked Zhou Zhou to be so young? Coupled with the fact that his strength was not at the God Spirit level and various other reasons, a portion of the upper echelons of the human race were not very satisfied with Zhou Zhou's position. They could acknowledge Zhou Zhou's contribution and ability. However, he felt that it was not yet Zhou Zhou's turn to sit in that seat. He wanted Zhou Zhou to slowly endure it. However, even though they had raised this idea, the Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu did not even bother with it and directly let Zhou Zhou join the Supreme Council of the human race. When they saw this, they could only keep their frustration and unwillingness in their hearts. The prestige of the Yellow Emperor and the other 5 peak experts of the human race was too great. No one dared to openly oppose the opinions of the Yellow Emperor and the others. Speaking of which, the Supreme Council of the human race had yet to begin. Thus, he began to introduce the two sides. This is, Second Deputy Hall Master, Ruoji of the Night Temple, a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. He walks the path of the law of darkness and the law of assassination. The God Spirit, Black Blade of the Abyss is referring to him. His assassinate techniques have made the abyssal creatures tremble in fear. This is, Third Deputy Hall Master, Rick from the Night Temple. He's a high-tier deity and a high-tier advanced grade. He walks the path of contractual laws. At the same time, he's also the abyss summoning god that has been famous for a long time in our human race. He's extremely good at summoning abyssal creatures and light creatures. He also has a high-tier deity, a 12-armed snake demon, and a high-tier deity from the divine light world, Radiant Rainbow Deer. Back then, before they grew up, they were also extremely famous prodigies of our human race like you. They have already become the pillars of our human race. He smiled. They were all god spirits of the human race nurtured by Bai. Among the higher-ups of the human race, they could be considered his direct descendants. As for this kid, you should know that he's the most outstanding lord among the lords of the myriad races. He's even from our human race and saved the Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire. He also saved my life. He spoke bluntly about this matter. Then, he sighed with emotion. He's the most outstanding genius in the history of our human race apart from Regal Pangu. Ruoji and Rick could not help but click their tongues. The Temple Lord's evaluation of this kid was really high. However, it had to be said that the Temple Lord was not exaggerating at all. He even restrained himself and did not say anything about Zhou Zhou's other famous deeds. For example, the matter of winning the championship in the previous Supreme Will event and lending a large number of divine artifacts to the human race. The two of them were even wearing a few low-tier deity-level advanced-grade divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou had lent them. I've long heard of your name. Today is the first time we've officially met. From now on, you're all human councilmen. Please take care of me if there's anything. These two high-tier deity levels did not look arrogant at all. They smiled and greeted Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he smiled and greeted the other party. They chatted briefly, and the atmosphere looked very harmonious. A moment later, they're all here. Prepare yourself. The Supreme Council has begun. He suddenly said. The next second, a pitch-black light suddenly appeared in the middle of the round table in front of the four of them. Then, this pitch-black light suddenly turned into 30 rays of light that landed on the other empty seats. Then, it quickly turned into a spiritual projection that looked like a real person. Zhou Zhou looked over and saw many familiar faces. For example, the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, His Majesty Ji Yun, and His Majesty Lu Zhen. Zhou Zhou even saw the Black Moon King and some human big shots he had once met at the Night Temple's banquet. Chapter 837 One Sword Move 1. At this moment, even though they were only divine consciousness phantoms, their bodies also emitted a powerful God spirit aura, making the entire meeting room overflow with divine might. Fortunately, none of the people present were ordinary people. They could face this scene with normal expressions. Zhou Zhou noticed. At this moment, only 2 of the seats present were empty. One was a seat in the middle of the human upper echelons. The second seat was the first seat on the left side of the main seat. It was also empty. That should be the position of Emperor Pangu and the Buddha Lord. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Temple Lord Bai, is there anything important that requires an emergency meeting of the human race? At this moment, the Yellow Emperor, who was at the first seat on the right of the main seat, asked. Then, he swept his gaze and quickly saw Zhou Zhou sitting at the end. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled gently. So our little friend Blazing Sun is here too. As soon as these words were spoken, other than the Yellow Emperor and White River, the other upper echelons of the human race looked at Zhou Zhou. Their gazes were either surprised, curious, calm, cold, or hostile as they looked at Zhou Zhou. Hello, seniors. Zhou Zhou said without any panic at all. He was also someone who had seen many things in life. Even though this was the first time he had experienced this meeting of the human race's Supreme Council, he would not be afraid. At most, he would be a little curious. Seeing Zhou Zhou's expression and actions, many people could not help but click their tongues in wonder. Even though this human junior looked very young, it seemed that he was quite confident. They were old and experienced, so they could naturally tell that Zhou Zhou was not faking it. Instead, he was truly confident and bold. This junior is indeed extraordinary. Some higher-ups of the human race thought. It had to be said that Zhou Zhou's performance alone was enough to make many people admire him. At this moment, the upper echelons of the human race who had previously objected to Zhou Zhou joining the human race's Supreme Council were not stupid enough to stand up and speak. Since they had already promised the Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu to let Zhou Zhou join the Supreme Council, they would not say anything inappropriate on such an occasion. However, they had already planned to discuss Zhou Zhou on other unimportant occasions. Could it be that His Excellency Bai He urgently convened the human race's highest meeting and called us over just to celebrate the King of the Blazing Sun joining our human race's Supreme Council? At this moment, Heavenly Bodhisattva of Light from the Sahai Empire, Roigar, suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Even though if a new upper echelons of the human race came to the Supreme Council, the upper echelons of the human race should summon a supreme meeting to meet and welcome the newcomers, this was considered a fixed process. However, the significance of holding a normal Supreme Council and an emergency Supreme Council were completely different. The former might just be discussing some things, and the matter could be big or small. The latter could indeed only be held if they encountered a major matter of the human race. If what Roigar said was true, even if the other party was a peak human powerhouse, the gods would still be dissatisfied. At the same time, Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on the Heavenly Bodhisattva of Light as information about him surfaced in his mind. Heavenly Bodhisattva of Light, Roigar. As a Bodhisattva-level human powerhouse, his strength was comparable to a high-tier deity-level advanced grade god. Moreover, now that the Buddha had undergone nirvana and entered the cycle of reincarnation, this person was the second strongest person apart from the current king of the Sahai Empire, Kasyapa. Due to the difference in the empire's camp and the Buddha Lord's legacy, even Bai He could not severely punish the experts of the Sahai Empire without a major reason. What if the Buddha Lord returned from nirvana one day and saw that the people of his empire were actually bullied when he was not around? What would others think? Are you bullying me when I'm at home? Zhou Zhou coughed lightly and said, this emergency meeting is not to welcome me. But it does have something to do with me. He thought for a moment and typed, "Who gave you the right to speak?" Heavenly Bodhisattva of Light Roigar glanced at Zhou Zhou with a calm expression and suddenly said coldly. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he grinned and stood up slowly. "Roigar. Do you dare to fight me?" He suddenly spoke. His voice was cold. The smile on his face also disappeared, leaving only an indifferent and cold expression. As soon as these words were spoken, not to mention Roigar, even Bai He, the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, the Black Moon King, and the others were stunned. Roigar was stunned for a few seconds before he sneered. "Do you know what you're talking about? You, a human junior who has yet to reach the Vajrabit realm, actually dare to challenge me? You're used to being arrogant among the myriad races. You don't know who you are when you return to reality, right? Why not?" Zhou Zhou's expression was calm as he gently stroked the sword of new dimension creation at his waist. His gaze swept across the many human god spirits present, but he did not look at the Yellow Emperor and the others. "Seniors present, if you are unconvinced that I'm sitting in this position, you can challenge me. This king won't reject anyone." The scene was a little quiet. All the higher-ups of the human race looked at Zhou Zhou. Other than the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He, the other upper echelons of the human race only had one thought in their minds. Where did this guy get the guts? The Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He looked at each other, and then Bai He frowned slightly. Zhou Zhou. Chapter 838 One Sword Move. 2. Sure. The Yellow Emperor suddenly spoke and interrupted what Bai He was about to say. He smiled at Zhou Zhou and Roigar. "I'll provide the battlefield. The two of you can fight." I haven't seen such an interesting thing in a long time. Our human race's highest council really has to recruit more motivated newcomers. Otherwise, how could we have seen such a scene today? That's right. Patriarch Lu glanced at the Yellow Emperor. Then, he understood something and nodded with a smile. "You guys can spar." Bai He nodded in agreement. The higher-ups of the human race were speechless. How could they agree to such nonsense? A legendary tier advance grade against a high-tier deity-level advance grade. Wasn't the outcome obvious? Roigar was caught between a rock and a hard place. He had never expected that a dead human would dare to challenge him in such a solemn occasion. What he didn't expect was that the Yellow Emperor and them had actually agreed to this ridiculous request. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up, staring intently at Zhou Zhou. "All right, then I'll teach you the greatest principle in the myriad worlds. The weak have to respect the strong." Zhou Zhou did not speak and only looked at Roigar calmly. The Yellow Emperor smiled lightly when he saw this. His heart that had been sealed in the Shenyuan tomb for countless years was actually looking forward to it at this moment. He gently tapped with his right hand and saw 34 five-colored streams of light fly out from his fingers and land on the surrounding upper echelons of the human race. The next second, Zhou Zhou and Roigar saw the scene in front of them change. They had arrived at an ancient and complete arena. The figures of the Yellow Emperor and the other 34 upper echelons of the human race also appeared in the surrounding audience. I took the initiative to guide everyone's divine thoughts into my Shenyuan realm and turn them into divine thoughts. Little friend Blazing Sun, Roigar. If the two of you want to use weapons and armor, you can use your own divine senses to condense them. Even though my Shenyuan realm's secret technique is not perfect, it's not a problem to condense a high-tier deity-level divine artifact at the highest level. It's enough for the two of you to show off your skills. As for us, well, just be spectators and watch the two of you fight heroically. The Yellow Emperor smiled. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Zhou Zhou and Roigar said politely. The Yellow Emperor smiled and nodded, then sat down. This little brother Blazing Sun seems to be quite confident. Patriarch Lu, who was sitting beside the Yellow Emperor, said with a smile. Punch it open so that 100 punches won't come. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Even though I'm a little surprised by what little friend Blazing Sun wants to do, since little friend has this idea, let's help him so that what we're going to do next will be smoother and avoid attracting gossip. Patriarch Lu nodded. The Yellow Emperor looked at Bai He with a smile. Little Bai, are you confident in little friend Blazing Sun's upcoming battle? Bai He hesitated for a second before nodding. Even though I've never seen him fight personally, Zhou Zhou has always thought twice before doing anything. Even though it's unbelievable, I feel that Zhou Zhou should be able to win. I think so too. The Yellow Emperor nodded. That's what I thought. Patriarch Lu said. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. If the Yellow Emperor and the others were confident in Zhou Zhou, then, the other upper echelons of the human race in the audience did not think highly of Zhou Zhou at all. Legendary Tier Advanced Grade challenging High Tier Deity Level Advanced Grade. What was the King of the Blazing Sun thinking? Many upper echelons of the human race thought so. King of the Blazing Sun will definitely lose this battle. It all depends on whether Roigar will go easy on him. Go easy on him? With Roigar's narrow-mindedness, forget it. The King of the Blazing Sun is going to suffer. Young people are still too young. It's good to suffer. It's time to sharpen the King of the Blazing Sun's spirit. Otherwise, he'll suffer a huge loss sooner or later. The higher-ups of the human race discussed. Most of them were not optimistic about Zhou Zhou. Only a few of them were waiting to see what would happen. Amongst the gods, the Black Moon King looked at the two people confronting each other below and felt a little anxious. How could he be so rash? He just joined the Supreme Council of the human race. How did he offend the heavenly Bodhisattva of light? This guy is famous for being petty and protective. The reason why Roigar is dissatisfied with Zhou Zhou is probably because Zhou Zhou squeezed into the human race's Supreme Council, causing the Sahai Empire's preparations over the years to go down the drain. This is difficult. Everyone knows Roigar's personality. Zhou Zhou's path in the upper echelons of the human race is going to be difficult. What can I do to help him? The Black Moon King fell into deep thought. Zhou Zhou had saved his life. No matter what, he had to help Zhou Zhou, even if it meant offending the Sahai Empire, a behemoth. In the arena. If you admit defeat now and take the initiative to resign as a member of the Supreme Council, I can forgive you for offending me. Roigar said coldly. He felt that he was really a great benevolent person. He actually spared this human junior who had offended him. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He just calmly raised his right hand and raised his index finger. What do you mean? Roigar frowned. One sword move. Zhou Zhou said, I'll admit defeat if you can make me use my second sword move. Roigar was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. Arrogant junior. I won't let you off. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Zhou Zhou condense a silver-gray sword in his right hand before standing on his body. Then, he said softly. I am the king of all living beings. Boom. His aura increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the limit of the legendary tier and arrived at the inferior god level. Low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. High-tier deity level intermediate grade. High-tier deity level advanced grade. At this moment, the aura on his body still did not stop increasing. Instead, it continued to increase while the aura of many nomological powers constantly appeared on his body. Ice, Blazing Sun, Dragon Slaying, Sword Dao, Saber Dao, Space, Dragon, Battle Formation, War, Strength. More than 10 types of nomological powers appeared on his body and fused into it. In the eyes of Roigar and the gods, at this moment, Zhou Zhou had a supreme charm of controlling everything. Soon, his aura gradually stopped rising. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and shook his head slightly as he felt the improvement in his body. Even though he had already comprehended 30% of the White Platinum Tier King's nomological engravings and could gather the power of 100 people to gather on himself, he was still unable to break through the barrier between a high-tier deity level and a true god. He possessed true god-tier divine power. In this state, he could already use 15 to 16 casual attacks at the true god-tier level. Only by becoming a god spirit can I have the combat power of a true god tier under normal circumstances. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then he looked at Roigar. Roigar was standing rooted to the ground, looking at him as if he was looking at a monster. Zhou Zhou didn't say anything else when he saw this. He condensed a high-tier deity-level advanced grade sword of new dimension creation and slashed out. The true god-tier sword energy was like a real sword that could split the world apart. It even cracked the Shenyuan realm. This world created by the Yellow Emperor could not even withstand a single strike from Zhou Zhou. Facing this sword, Roigar's expression suddenly changed. Light Heavenly Saint Buddha Kingdom. Roigar pressed his palms together and revealed a benevolent expression. Behind him, the Merit Buddha emitted a bright light. It vaguely revealed a vast Buddhist country that was illuminated by boundless light. And yet, after the sword landed, the light heavenly sage Buddha kingdom was shattered by the sword. The figures of the 10,000 Buddhas dissipated and the light melded. Roigar could not maintain his cross-legged posture and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His expression was dull, as if he could not accept everything in front of him. He actually lost. Defeated by a legendary tier human junior. At this moment, Zhou Zhou walked in front of him. You're right. The weak should indeed respect the strong. But it seems that you've mistaken who the strong person is. He said. When Roigar heard this, he immediately felt ashamed. Chapter 839 Sixth Councilman, Zhou Zhou. There was silence around the arena. The air seemed to quiet down. All the higher-ups of the human race looked at the figures standing and falling on the battlefield in a daze. Even the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He were no exception. What did they see? Legendary tier advanced grade defeated high-tier deity-level advanced grade. The gods felt as if their worldview had been overturned. After they came back to their senses, they looked at each other. Do you understand how Roigar was defeated? This is a battle between divine senses. External forces are almost useless. They rely on true strength, but even so, Roigar actually lost. What's going on with that sword? What kind of law can be so powerful? Could it be that the cultivation path he took was different? What was that aura on him just now? Why do I feel that? It's a little like the supreme resistance. There's no technique. It's all crushing. The gods could not understand how Zhou Zhou defeated Roigar. They could only tell that the origin power that Zhou Zhou used far exceeded they. It could even be said that they were crushed. Coupled with the fact that King of the Blazing Sun's cultivation realm had temporarily increased to the same level as Roigar, this resulted in such a crushing victory. At the same time, the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He also wore solemn expressions. Old Lu, can you tell? The Yellow Emperor's expression showed how solemn, unbelievable, and excited he was. The supreme laws, Patriarch Lu's expression was also very strange and shocked. This kid is actually walking the nomological path of the supreme resistance that Regal Pangu mentioned. Bai He hadn't seen Zhou Zhou walk the nomological path to begin with, but it had actually increased his strength by so much. Now that he heard the Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu's words, his eyes immediately widened. It's the supreme nomological law. Control everything and control all laws. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Only the legendary supreme laws can do this. Regal Pangu once said that legendary tier's supreme nomological laws can be used even without much understanding. Furthermore, the power of its usage is as if it's using its own intrinsic nomological laws, just like a monarch controlling his subjects and subjects. He looked at Zhou Zhou and took a deep breath. I originally didn't believe that there were such magical nomological laws in this world, but now I've finally seen it. Legend has it that among the top 3 laws in the world, there is a law called the Chaos Law. It is known as the head of magical provenance, beginning and end of worlds. But so what? The Chaos Law is still controlled by the number 1 supreme law. Patriarch Lu also clicked his tongue. Otherwise, why would it be named after concepts like supreme, regal, lord, god, and supreme? This is an invincible path of laws. The Yellow Emperor lamented, I was still thinking about what kind of nomological power little friend Blazing Sun would walk. I didn't expect it to be this nomological path. Little friend Blazing Sun's future is limitless. The 3 of them looked at each other and felt that their previous decision was right. The prerequisite is that you have to walk until the end. Lu Zhu remained calm. If you can't grow to the end, being invincible is just a lie. The Yellow Emperor and he nodded. Then, the Yellow Emperor said with a solemn expression, the supreme laws have always been known only to a few god spirits. We must not leak this matter, or else it will definitely bring great trouble to little friend Blazing Sunday. Patriarch Lu and his expressions turned cold. Then, they nodded solemnly. This was the first time they had seen the Yellow Emperor reveal such a serious expression. Then, the Yellow Emperor waved his right hand. Zhou Zhou and the gods felt the scene in front of them change and returned to the highest meeting room. At this moment, the meeting room was very quiet. The gods looked at Zhou Zhou in a daze. Opposite Zhou Zhou, the heavenly bodhisattva of light, Roigar, looked at him with a pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. Seniors. Zhou Zhou suddenly spoke and looked at the gods calmly. Am I qualified to sit in this position now? The scene was a little calm for a moment. Then, a smiling voice sounded. Good. 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 The Yellow Emperor smiled and looked at Zhou Zhou with admiration. As a legendary tier advance grade, you defeated high-tier deity-level advance grade Bodhisattva, Roigar. In addition to your loyalty to the human race and your contributions to the human race, if you don't have the qualifications to sit in this position, most of the council members in the Supreme Council won't be able to sit in this position. Zhou Zhou. He suddenly spoke. He looked at the other party and pointed at the empty seat beside him. You can sit here. Since you already have combat power comparable to a true god tier, from now on, you are the 6th representative of the human race. This position is second only to Regal Pangu, His Excellency the Yellow Emperor, His Excellency the Buddha Lord, His Excellency Patriarch Lu, and me. The rest of the council members, each take a step back. Zhou Zhou. We're all looking forward to the day you take another step forward and grow up to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. When the time comes, our human race will have another ultimate expert. The gods were stunned. Ultimate expert. They were silent for a few seconds before they reacted. Immediately, there was an uproar. Many people's faces were filled with excitement. Yes. The King of the Blazing Sun was only a legendary tier advance grade, but he could defeat a high-tier deity-level advanced deity with a single strike. He had combat strength close to that of a true god tier. Then, after the King of the Blazing Sun advanced to God Spirit, wouldn't he be able to possess true god tier combat strength? Even though this deduction sounded reasonable, it was actually a little unreliable. Nonetheless, they were right. Thank you for your high regard, Your Holiness. I'll do my best. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he stood up and came to his side. Without any hesitation, he sat in the 6th councilman's seat. Let us welcome Zhou Zhou to become the sixth representative of the human race. Let us add another super expert to the human race. Patriarch Lu clapped his hands. Seeing this, the gods also clapped their hands. Including Roigar, who had just been defeated by Zhou Zhou. They looked a little dazed. Not long ago, they only treated Zhou Zhou as an unprecedented outstanding junior who had suddenly risen to prominence among the human race. They did not expect that in such a short period of time, the other party had actually arrived at the same position as them, to the extent that they had to look up to him. This king of the blazing sun had already broken away from the label of a super lord genius and had officially become a super lord expert. I'm also very happy to be able to join the Supreme Council of the human race and become the sixth councilman. However, I'm still inexperienced and there are still many things I don't understand. Please take care of me in the future. Zhou Zhou said gently. It was completely different from his arrogant appearance just now. The upper echelons of the human race smiled and nodded. At the same time, they could not help but praise in their hearts. The change in attitude was so natural. This king of the blazing sun, the younger generation will surpass us in time. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, Bai He spoke again. All right. Let's get back to business. This is also the reason why I urgently convened the Supreme Council of the human race. The upper echelons of the human race listened attentively. Zhou Zhou's performance just now was too outstanding. They had almost forgotten the original purpose of their meeting. Chapter 840 Transaction. By he surveyed the crowd and slowly said, "This matter is indeed related to the King of the Blazing Sun. You've heard about it during the previous Supreme Conferences. During this period of time, the King of the Blazing Sun has lent a helping hand to our Night Empire and the Divine Sword Empire. He has eliminated nearly 3 billion fog monsters that besieged our human empire and killed more than 20 scarlet god spirits. He has resolved the danger of fog monsters that our two human empires are facing. But because of that, currently, a large number of scarlet fog monster factions are targeting King of the Blazing Sun. Just now, the King of the Blazing Sun came to me and asked for our help. There's nothing to discuss. The King of the Blazing Sun is a hero of our human race. He got into trouble because he helped us, so we naturally have to help King of the Blazing Sun survive this crisis. What we discussed was how to help. Bai He said. The upper echelons of the human race looked at each other. Then, an unexpected person spoke. It was actually the glorious heaven Bodhisattva, Roigar, who had just been defeated by the King of the Blazing Sun. I will bring 5 Vajrabit Buddhist cultivators and 200 million troops from the Saha Empire to help the King of the Blazing Sun. But I have one condition. Roigar said. The gods looked at him in surprise. They never expected him to be the first to stand up at such a time. Zhou Zhou was also a little surprised. Roigar looked at Zhou Zhou and said, King of the Blazing Sun, I hope that after your crisis is resolved, you can bring troops and god spirits to the Saha Empire to resolve the fog monster crisis of the Saha Empire. Our Buddha Lord has undergone nirvana on his own. Senior brother Kasayapa, the ruler of the empire, has gone to the myriad worlds to look for the Buddha Lord's nirvana body. He has yet to return. We can't even contact him. He is currently suspected to be missing. Due to the problem of faith, the Saha Empire has grudges with many other races. Coupled with the calamity of the myriad races and the invasion of a large number of fog monsters, the current crisis the Saha Empire is facing is actually even greater than the Divine Sword Empire and the Night Empire. We really need help. Roigar lowered his head, having no choice but to say this for the Saha Empire. He gritted his teeth, feeling a little humiliated. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene thoughtfully. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor's voice sounded in his ears. Little friend Blazing Sun, please don't blame Roigar for his rudeness. Ever since regal Pangu sealed himself in the primordial world and the Buddha underwent nirvana on his own, the current king of the Saha Empire, Kasyapa, went to the myriad worlds to find the back of the Buddha's nirvana. The Saha Empire's situation can be said to be the most difficult among the 5 human empires. As for the 5 human empires, our situation is not very good either. We can't help the Saha Empire too much. During this period of time, Roigar, the heavenly bodhisattva of light, had been supporting the Saha Empire. The pressure on his shoulders could be imagined. Before you came, Roigar had been working hard and making contributions with resources in order to obtain the help of the human race openly. He wanted his junior brother Puwang to join the Supreme Council and fight for more resources. After you join, this spot will be gone. Roigar will inevitably be a little depressed. I'm not blaming you for this. After all, we can only blame ourselves for this. After all, we suddenly gave you this spot. I just want to tell you the reason for this and let you understand that Roigar is not an evil person. As for how his request will be decided, everything will be decided by you, the 6th councilman. There's no need to care about our thoughts. Zhou Zhou was taken aback. After some thought, he sent a voice transmission. Frowny face Senior Yellow Emperor is too serious. In fact, after I saw the techniques he cultivated and the Buddhist light of virtue behind him, I knew that he was not an evil person. Whether it was the light heavenly Saint Buddha kingdom or the merit Buddha light, in his bloodline inheritance records, only those with great merit and perseverance could cultivate them. This was related to the methods of laws. It could not be faked. Zhou Zhou continued frowny face. The reason why I said this in the arena previously was because I was unhappy and wanted to show off my strength. As for what he said, not to mention the reinforcements that he brought over, even if it was just to obtain a new faction quest, I would still bring my troops to the Saha Empire. Great kindness. The Yellow Emperor smiled and stopped transmitting his voice. Zhou Zhou only looked up and said okay to Roigar before saying nothing else. Seeing this, Roigar said, "Thank you." Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and did not say anything else. "I'll help too. However, I don't have any lords under me now, so I can only come alone." The Black Moon King finally spoke. He had wanted to be the first to speak up to help, but Roigar beat him to it. "Thank you, Black Moon King. I'll pay you handsomely afterwards." Zhou Zhou's attitude towards the Black Moon King was completely different as he said with a smile. "You saved my life. Let's not talk about this before." The Black Moon King waved his hand, not caring about the reward at all. However, Zhou Zhou made up his mind to give the Black Moon King a huge gift after this crisis. "Your Excellency Bai, may I ask how many factions have come to deal with the Blazing Sun King's fog monsters?" Some higher-ups of the human race thought. There are 12 Empire-level Scarlet Legions and more than 200 Kingdom-level Scarlet Legions. Their military strength should exceed 5 billion. Moreover, there are 3 Empire-level soldier types in 3 of the Empire-level Scarlet Army. As for the Scarlet God Spirits, there should be about 100 of them in total. Bai spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the upper echelons of the human race changed. 5 billion soldiers. 3 Empire-level soldier types. 100 Scarlet God Spirits. Why did they attract so many fog monsters? Some higher-ups of the human race could not help but be shocked. Because he's the king of the blazing sun. Patriarch Lu said calmly. Everyone looked at each other in silence. That's right, this sentence was enough to explain it. The upper echelons of the human race hesitated. Previously, they had thought that the ones who had come to deal with the Blazing Sun King would at most be a dozen or 20 Scarlet God Spirits, plus 1 billion or 2 billion Scarlet Fog Forces. If that was the case, they also had the confidence to deal with it. However, if there were 5 billion fog monsters, about 100 Scarlet God Spirits, and a Scarlet Army of 3 Empire-level soldier types, under such circumstances, even if they participated, they would probably be in danger of dying. Should I help? They hesitated. But at this moment, Zhou spoke. Everyone should be wearing the divine artifacts that I lent out previously, right? The upper echelons of the human race nodded. All the upper echelons of the human race present, even the high-tier deity-level ones, were wearing a few divine artifacts borrowed from Zhou. There were even some low-tier deity-level human god spirits who simply wore borrowed low-tier deity-level divine artifacts and armed themselves to the teeth. Could it be that the King of the Blazing Sun wants us to take action because of this matter? Some higher-ups of the human race thought. If that was the case, it was related to his life and safety. At most, he would not lend it to her. No matter how magical it was naturally not as important as his own life. At this moment, Zhou said again. This king knows that with the supreme agreement around, even if everyone wants to help me, it will be difficult for them to do so. Therefore, this king intends to employ everyone. In this war, as long as a human god spirit is willing to come to my side to participate in the war, no matter what the final outcome of the war is, even if it's just killing some normal fog monster soldiers during the war, I'm willing to give them any divine artifact they rent after the war. If our human god spirit kills one of the other party's scarlet god spirits in the upcoming battle and is willing to hand over the other party's corpse to me, I can directly give the other party an entire set of 6 divine artifacts from those divine artifacts I rented. If our human god spirits are injured or even killed in the upcoming battle, this king is also willing to pay free medical treatment and resurrection services until our god spirits are cured or completely revived. At the same time, according to the extent of my injuries, I will also give the other party a divine artifact that can reach the level of 3 lesser deities. If it's a god spirit of our human race who died in battle, I will send someone to revive him and also give him a set of divine artifacts at the low-tier deity level. That's the deal. What do you think? Those who are willing to participate in the battle, can you raise your hand? Zhou looked at the gods. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Roigar raised his trembling hand. Right on the heels of that was the Black Moon King, King Mo Luo, Wind Blade God, Dream God, Giant Spirit God, Heavenly Moon God. In less than a moment, other than the Yellow Emperor and the other 2 true bodies, the other god spirits present all raised their hands. Zhou smiled. The feeling of being a kryptonite was awesome. He could easily pull in a group of high-end substitutes at any price. Moreover, he would probably earn more after this. How could this be reasonable? Chapter 841 Joining the people of foreign races. When the Yellow Emperor and the others saw all the higher-ups raising their hands, they looked at each other and could not help but click their tongues. This was the charm of controlling a large number of high-end resources. A casual sentence could make countless experts work hard for him. Why do I feel that a rich man has come to our human race? Patriarch Lu muttered. Ha! The Yellow Emperor laughed and sighed. Previously, I was a little worried that the resources we were going to provide to Zhou would be opposed and gossiped about by the other upper echelons of the human race. From the looks of it, this shouldn't happen. Patriarch Lu and Bai he smiled and nodded. Zhou. The Yellow Emperor looked at Zhou. I will inform all the human factions that you need help. But there's one thing you need to be prepared for. Currently, the various human factions are generally not doing well because of the calamity of the myriad races. Coupled with the war on your side, it might start tonight, so we might not be able to send too many helpers in such a short period of time. At most, we can only get the human factions in the high continent to help you. Furthermore, it might only be god spirits. As for soldiers below the god spirit level, they won't be able to rush over so quickly. No problem. Zhou nodded. He understood very well. The god spirits each had their own escape techniques. Even though most of them could not catch up to the galaxy, they were comparable to ordinary spaceships. It was indeed possible for them to rush over from afar. However, as long as the normal soldiers were not at the god spirit level, they definitely did not have the magic power to attack from an ultra-long distance in a short period of time. Unless a Lord faction had spatial treasures that could carry a large number of lives, such as the Sky Spirit ship and the World Ring, it was impossible to do so. However, those treasures were very rare. Even Zhou Zhou had only obtained 3 or 4 by chance. Most of them had been upgraded through the King of Loots. Ordinary kingdom-level Lord factions probably did not have them. He didn't mind. It was fine as long as the god spirits were in place. As for soldiers, he alone was enough. The more gods that can come, the better. If it's too far, you can use the galaxy in my territory to pick it up. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. The galaxy can indeed do it. Lu Zhen and Ji Yun, who were sitting in the front row, nodded when they heard this. Then, Ji Yun stroked his beard and smiled. My daughter just took 5 galaxy spaceships from the Blazing Sun Kingdom not long ago. I've experienced that speed before. When flying at full speed, even the speed of a top-notch high-tier deity level is far inferior. I'm afraid only a true god tier can steadily surpass galaxy speed. That's right. Lu Zhen smiled at Zhou Zhou with anticipation in his eyes. Neph. 6th Counselor, when will my 10 galaxy ships be completed? After you build those 10 galaxies, I plan to personally lead my troops to support the other human forces. Not only was the Divine Sword Empire the eldest brother of the 5 empires, but it was also the strongest lord country in the entire human race. Every time the human race was in trouble, the Divine Sword Empire would always be the first to help the other human lord factions and save the human race from trouble. If the Divine Sword Empire did not help out, countless human lord factions would be destroyed by the people of foreign races and the Mist faction. Now that the Divine Sword Empire had escaped the siege of the Fog Monster factions, they had already begun to prepare to support the other human factions without stopping. The galaxy was extremely important to them. 10 galaxies will be completed in the next 5 days. I'll send someone to deliver it personally. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he said seriously, also, Uncle Lu and Uncle Ji don't have to call me the 6th Counselor. I'm still used to hearing you call me nephew. Okay. Lu Zhen was stunned for a moment before sighing. Good nephew. He and Ji Yun had indeed not chosen the wrong person. The gods looked at Lu Zhen and Ji Yun enviously. This fellow and Ji Yun had true god-tier backers like Patriarch Lu and Bai He to begin with. Now, there was another super genius with true god-tier combat power at the legendary tier realm. What kind of dog luck was this? Also, actually, you don't have to send troops over. At this moment, Zhou Zhou said, even though the other party sent about 5 billion Scarlet Fog soldiers this time, there are even Empire-level soldiers among them. But I believe that the soldiers under my command are not weaker than them. He sounded very confident when he said this. The gods looked at each other, then nodded. They no longer treated Zhou Zhou as an ordinary expert, so even if he said something so ridiculous, they could accept it. Alright, well, do as little friend Blazing Sun says. The Yellow Emperor nodded and chose to believe Zhou Zhou. There's one more thing, Emperor Huang said. Actually, we can also invite some god spirits from the people of foreign races to help. For example, those allies of the people of foreign races who have been in the human alliance for more than 1,000 years and, the Yellow Emperor looked at Zhou Zhou and smiled. Recently, because of your appearance, they have chosen to come into contact with us humans and made an alliance oath. Because of me? Zhou Zhou was stunned. The Yellow Emperor and the other god spirits smiled and nodded. Obviously, they all knew about this. The corners of Zhou Zhou's mouth twitched. So he was the last to know. Actually, when you obtained the strongest novice lord, some people of foreign races who are friendly with us humans started to learn about you from us. When you won first place in the Myriad Races Lord Battlefield event, many people of foreign races, even those who had nothing to do with us previously, suddenly came knocking on our door and said that they wanted to build a friendly relationship with us humans. Those people of foreign races who have good diplomatic relations with the human race are still alright. We can still barely believe them. As for those people of foreign races that we've never seen before, we naturally can't trust them easily. Therefore, we investigated the other party secretly while maintaining a friendly relationship on the surface. Turns out, the main reason why these unfamiliar people of foreign races who suddenly contacted us want to build a friendly relationship with us humans is because of you. The Yellow Emperor looked at Zhou. After they found out about your ranking in the event, they valued your potential. Some leaders of the people of foreign races even frankly said that with your achievements in the event, even if it's very difficult for you to become the lord of all races in the future, as long as you live and continue to develop, you might become an overlord force in the myriad worlds in the future. Do you know what a transcendent power is? A faction with a master god tier is an overlord faction. Zhou had many legacies in his mind, so he naturally knew what an overlord force meant. He smiled and said, "They really think highly of me." Even though he already had many subjects with Master God tier potential under him, having this potential did not mean that he could definitely become a Master God tier. If one wanted to advance to the Master God tier realm, it was no longer just a matter of promotion energy and nomological comprehension after all. There were even other important conditions that were needed to become a high and mighty Master God tier. Potential was only one of the many thresholds for such existences. Becoming a Master God tier is indeed very difficult. The Yellow Emperor's expression was gloomy. The upper echelons of the human race knew that the Imperial Lord Pangu was a peerless genius suspected to have the potential of a Master God tier. It might even have reached the legendary limit of the world. Until now, the human race had already produced more than a second or even third Master God tier genius. However, Imperial Lord Pangu had yet to advance to become a Master God tier. It could be seen how difficult and bumpy the path of becoming a Master God tier was. Chapter 842 The Foundation of the Human Race. However, even if you only have a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a force to be reckoned with, they will still dare to invest in you. After all, they are all middle and low-level bloodline life forms like us humans who have been oppressed by high-level bloodline races for a long time. They only want to seize every opportunity to climb up. The Yellow Emperor said. However, even though they want to form an alliance with us humans, it's not like we humans will form an alliance with them without investigating anything. Originally, we had been investigating the situation of these races and civilizations that came to the alliance. However, since you're in danger this time, why don't we take this opportunity to ask these people of foreign races for help and let them send God spirit-level combatants to help? If they are truly willing to invest in you and are willing to come and help, then we humans will definitely repay them as friends in the future. However, if the other party has ulterior motives or only wants to take advantage of us without paying, we can take this opportunity to eliminate them. Patriarch Lu said from the side. The Yellow Emperor and Bai He nodded slightly. The other higher-ups of the human race nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good way to screen for allies. I also have some methods to determine if the other party is here with good intentions. When the time comes, I can also screen those experts of the people of foreign races. If the other party sincerely wants to join our human race, I don't mind giving them some inferior divine artifacts according to their battle results after the battle. Zhou said. He was naturally talking about his talent intuition. To a certain extent, this thing could be used as a top-notch lie detector. Sure. The Yellow Emperor and the other two discussed for a while before nodding. Giving them divine artifacts also had the intention of revealing the strength of the human race. This could also increase the confidence of those people of foreign races who sincerely wanted to join the human race. In the chaotic world of all races, the benefits of showing off one's abilities and skills were definitely greater than the disadvantages. After that, the gods discussed the specific details for a while before the supreme conference ended. The illusory bodies of the gods disappeared from their seats. Finally, only Zhou Zhou, the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He were left in the highest meeting room. Senior Yellow Emperor, how many god spirit level combatants do you think I can invite this time? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. There's too little time left for us. When the war begins, there will probably only be 40 to 50 human god spirits. As for the people of foreign races, I'm not sure, but I don't think there will be too many. Most of the people of foreign races who came to join us humans are weaker than us humans. Some races or even the entire race only have one god spirit. Once this god spirit dies, this race will quickly be enslaved by other races with god spirits. This is very normal in the high continent. The Yellow Emperor thought for a moment and said. There are actually 50 to 60 human god spirits who can come. Zhou Zhou was surprised by this matter. Why are there so many? I heard that there are only about 50 god spirits in a powerful empire like the Elven Empire. Furthermore, there are also many god spirits from the people of foreign races. There are only more than 10 elven god spirits. The Elven Empire is the Elven Empire. In the entire elven race civilization, the Elven Empire only formed a part of the elves. The Yellow Emperor said patiently, as far as we know, in the entire elven civilization, there are a total of 7 empire-level lord factions established by the elves on the high continent alone. The Elven Empire only represents the original elven lineage of the elves. Not to mention the factions of the elves scattered throughout the myriad worlds. Think about it. The elves have nearly 500 god spirits on the high continent alone. How many elves would there be in the entire universe? Then how many god spirit level powerhouses do we humans have in total? Zhou Zhou asked subconsciously. Then, he suddenly realized that his question was a little presumptuous. The number of gods of a race could be said to be the most important foundation of this race. How could he casually reveal such a confidential matter? Currently, there are a total of 132 human god spirits on the high continent. To Zhou Zhou's surprise, the Yellow Emperor only pondered for a moment before telling him about this. As for the human god spirits in the myriad worlds, we don't know. But there should be nearly 1,000 of them. However, a portion of these god spirits are stationed in the lower realm. On one hand, they are protecting the Ascension platform, and on the other hand, they are protecting the humans of that realm. The other portion belongs to the lone god spirits and are not under our jurisdiction. Coupled with the difficulty of crossing realms, it's very difficult for us to transfer them to the high continent. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. It seemed that the only people he could rely on now were the humans of the high continent. As for the humans in the myriad worlds, he'll worry about that later. Senior Yellow Emperor, other than the Sahai Empire, how are the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire? Zhou Zhou asked the question he had always wanted to ask. He was still thinking about the faction quests that these two empires might have. The situation of the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire is similar to that of the Night Empire. However, as the Divine Sword Empire and the Night Empire's god spirits and troops are freed, our situation will gradually improve in the future. If you have time in the future, you can go to the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire and explain the situation to the current king. They will give you the corresponding faction mission. The Yellow Emperor saw through Zhou Zhou's intentions and said directly. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, he did not stay any longer. After chatting for a while, he bade farewell to the three of them and left. After Zhou Zhou left, the three of them looked at each other. Then, Bai He smiled and sighed. Every time I see this kid, I find surprises in him. Perhaps it won't be long before he can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with us. It's not far now. Patriarch Lu smiled. The Yellow Emperor nodded slightly as he thought about the future. The appearance of little friend Blazing Sun is a great opportunity for us humans, but it is also accompanied by a great challenge. I have to prepare more. He thought silently. After Zhou walked out of the highest meeting room, he saw Rob Allen guarding the door. Zhou did not think too much about it and went over to say hello. Greetings, Sixth Counselor. The God of Silver Star Knights, Rob Allen, hurriedly said. Why are we so distant? Zhou was speechless. His personal relationship with Rob Allen was quite good. He often came here to chat and spar with Rob Allen. However, this guy was very busy most of the time and did not spend much time together. Even though it was not much, Zhou could tell that he was a frank, sincere, and kind person. These 3 points alone were enough to make him want to make friends. Rob Allen was stunned. Then, he saw Zhou's sincere expression and couldn't help but smile. How does it feel to participate in the Supreme Council of the human race? He was curious and envious. They're all pretty good. I've also learned a lot of things that I didn't know before, Zhou said. Then, he talked about some details of the meeting that did not need to be kept secret. Rob Allen was even more envious after hearing this. After chatting for a while, Zhou prepared to leave. He planned to go back and see what kind of Legendary Tier Lord talent was engraved in the Legendary Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. However, not long after he left, he heard Rob Allen call out to him. "I'll be there tonight." He grinned and said, "Let me show you my recent improvements. Then I'll have to take a good look with a magnifying glass." Zhou replied. The two of them laughed and Zhou walked out of the Night Temple. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.